Hello, welcome in and welcome back. Welcome to part 2 of our review. Part 2 of the review. If you guys haven't hit that like button, now is a really good time to do that. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really looking forward to part 2. We have 3 hours left. We're at 6 hours, right on the money. And I want to talk about some of these comments that I've gotten overnight. It's pretty wild, right? I'm being kind of attacked in my comment section for having my own opinion on this and feeling the way that I do as I walk through this, right? This isn't just like watching and then forming an opinion. We're literally walking through a 9-hour long story. So it's like a roller coaster ride, right? I'm being stalked, Lucid. Stalked. But I also had a comment that said a lot of creators have said they won't dare give their opinion on this and their opinion on Lauren because they're afraid of the wrath. So I hope that I don't get any, problems for my opinion. What's up, Idaho Mom? But these people that run to lawyers and run to the courts, it's weird, man. Hello, Potato. And then let me show you something real quick before we get into the remainder of this stream. Let me show you a little something here. Oh, I didn't save it on this computer. But someone in Brittany's chat, Brittany J's chat, said that they emailed Lauren Matthias and told her that I was mocking her. You heard me. Emailed Lauren and told her I was mocking her. So having your own opinion on something and forming your own opinion is now mocking. See, that's what's wrong with this thought process of taking away people's thoughts just because you don't like them. It's like we're back in elementary. I mean, yeah, Law and Crime was interested, weren't they? But it's like we're back in elementary. And quite frankly, with the comments that I've gotten, if that quote unquote stalker did go to Law and Crime and said, hey, this is going on, maybe she did it for a reason so everyone could see all of the exhibitees. Right? Because if Law and Crime didn't cover it, what would the TikTok lady have to stand on? Lauren's huge reach. That's it. Would overshadow her. So I don't know if the quote unquote stalker went to Law and Crime, but had she, I almost couldn't blame her. Hey, Texas Ranger, we went over the first 6 hours of the 9 yesterday, and so far we have not seen any threats. So I feel like she was trying to get in front of something. And the more that I give it, thought, I feel like there might have been some unsavory things said about some of her professional contacts. And I think that she's worried what that will do to her professional career, if you will. Thank you, Kels. I mean, she's just protesting too hard with a 9-hour live, right? So anyway, I just wanted to say that all of the opinions here are mine. I don't know these people. I've never spoken to these people. I'm simply reviewing a video on YouTube of someone I don't know. And I'm forming my own opinion. And everyone should be able to do so without worrying about the wrath of the hidden gems. Okay? Not cool. Not cool at all. She knew people were going to watch this. Did she think everybody would agree with her? Maybe she did. Maybe she thought everybody would see this and go, oh my God, you're a victim. But just because not everybody feels that way or isn't to that point or whatever, I haven't even gotten through this whole thing and I'm already being attacked. I mean, stop worshiping YouTubers for fuck's sake. Stop. They're people just like you and me and everybody else out there. They're capable of manipulation. They're capable of lying, and they're capable of telling you things to make you think a certain way. And I'm not saying she's doing that, but they're capable of it. Everybody is. We're human beings up here. Right? Right, Kels. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know why I am never allowed, Potato, to have my opinion. It's like I speak my opinion and everybody loses their shit. It's not fair. But anyways, form your own opinions. I also have Christina's TikTok, and I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but maybe I'll make that the next stream because I think it's only fair to look at both sides. Both sides. So we're going to watch Christina's stuff in another live because it's fair. All right, let's get into it. Thanks for being here. If you are just joining, please hit the like button. Let's get this out into that algorithm. Here we go.
The requested injunction lacks merit under Utah's civil stalking statute, the stalking statute Utah code. The stalker has not spoken with or otherwise communicated with Matthias directly or indirectly. Disagree, I think indirectly she has, since April 2025, when she responded to a string of text messages from Matthias. The stalker has not initiated any communication with Matthias since March 2025, before their friendship fell out. Matthias bases the requested injunction on a tangled web of allegations regarding Matthias's own conduct and the conduct of stalker. And the conduct.
So I think she's reading the stalker's deposition. Hi, Miss Sherry baby. Hey, body.
Of Matthias's other former friends and acquaintances. Matthias provides no evidence that stalker has ever asked or induced anyone to contact Matthias for any reason, let alone to threaten her.
Hi, Pines.
Matthias states that she has subjectively felt fear and emotional distress, but cannot point to any threat or statement that would cause such a reaction to the reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances. So, okay, we by the way, we're going to pause really quickly because Grayson did find where Janice does talk about making fake text messages online.
Are you kidding? Is this Nick? Come on now. Come on now. This is a picture I want to pause for a second. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. But this picture was sent to me. This is from, I guess it would be Lauren's TikTok. This is a picture of her and Grayson. So if you've never seen Grayson, let me show you really quick because I forgot to show this. And I wanted to. Stop screen sharing. Hold on. Shit. Bear with me here. This is a picture of her and Grayson. And I know a lot of us saw the body cam, but this is a picture that was on the Instagram. She's very young. And it really breaks my heart to hear all of this bullshit that's been put on this young girl's shoulders. Good morning, Miss Flobo. So that was the first thing I wanted to show you. And then the second thing I wanted to show you, because a lot of people were like, I don't even know who this lady is. She has her own website, and I will share it in the comments here. It is laurenmathias.com. This is an older picture of Lauren, I believe. But if you go here, this is her when she was a reporter for ABC. I did a little research here. This report was posted the day Lauren met her husband, John. So this is a clip from her old news. ABC Utah something 6, I guess.
Well, friends gather in Boise to remember 21-year-old Zachariah Peterson, who was shot and killed last night near the Boise Depot.
And tonight, police have a suspect
And this is from like 2015, I think.
9 bars charged with murder. On Your Side's Lauren Johnson joins us live from the vigil with the very latest.
Roland and Michelle, you can see that vigil just finished up. We have remnants here of candles that have been lit. Many people did show up, and I spoke to many of those friends of Zach Peterson's. They say that he was a dedicated father and caring friend. Take a look.
I felt like my whole world just came down. Just every time I look at him, I see his dad, and I feel numb. It's just, it can't be happening.
This candlelight vigil marks the scene of a tragedy. It's where Zachariah Peterson was shot 24 hours before the vigil began. Here at the well-known Boise Depot, Peterson was murdered Wednesday night.
That man got so mad over an argument that he took a life of a dad, a son, a brother.
Those who knew him remember Peterson as a father, a brother, and a friend.
It did change my life in a kind of a way, you know. I mean, I was a troubled kid a couple years ago, and, you know, he sat me down and almost kind of put me in check, you know what I mean? Told me what was really going down and told me, you know, you need to get your act together and stay out of trouble. So, I mean, he was always there for me no matter what it was, you know, even if I needed a place to stay, he always had me, so.
2015.
One man sits behind bars. 24-year-old Brandon Barr is accused of murder of the first degree. Investigators say Barr knew Peterson, and witnesses say an argument took place before the shooting. On Thursday, friends of Peterson, who are still waiting for answers, mourned the loss of their friend.
If I could see him right now, you know, obviously I wish I would have said goodbye, but I mean, I love him, you know. I love him, and I love his family, so if they need anything, they know where to find me, so I'm definitely here for all of them.
Well, her looks are kind of shocking. I mean, she's transformed her entire face. So for people who say, oh, don't make fun of her looks, no one's like going, oh my God, like look at the color of her hair. Like she's literally transformed her fucking face. You can't ignore it. So don't be snowflakes about it. It is what it is. You can tell she transformed her face. I don't know why people choose to ignore the obvious. No one's making fun of her. We're pointing out the obvious. I mean, can you deny it? No, you can't. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. But I mean, you clearly see the difference. There's today. There's now. Today. Now, or back then. I mean, it is what it is.
Barr was arraigned in court today, charged with first-degree murder. He was denied any bond. We still do not yet know a motive, but we will continue to bring updates as they come. Live at the Boise Depot, Lauren Johnson, 6 on your side.
Okay, so she put this on her website, so that must have been a big moment for her. It was also the day she met John. So here is another photo of her on the news set. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. I mean, it is what it is. This is her wedding photo with John. This is her website. They started doing their podcast over the pandemic. She looks like a different person to me. John. Well, isn't that his name? John. And then she also has written a book that is for sale on Amazon. And that's it. Insta Life, then I guess, I don't know what that is. Maybe her website maker. But yeah. That was then. This is now. Let's get back to it.
Okay, actually, we're going to wait a little bit longer. We're going to block out who. Oh, you already did. You already did. Okay, it's coming. Okay. I know. Can you imagine a life so small?
I mean, her wedding was like a boho wedding. I don't know. It's just like she has different looks, right? I don't know. Maybe she was trying to find herself. I don't know. I just don't know.
That your thrill comes from being a bully. Hugs you. Thank you. Thank you.
What title, Kevin? What was it?
Okay, so I'll.
I think someone who is beautiful before they do a bunch of fuck shit to their face doesn't really feel beautiful, and that makes me sad. I don't care what she looks like either. I'm just making comments on what I'm seeing, right? I mean, I don't know.
Keep reading. We're going to get that. Further, the requested injunction is unconstitutional.
Oh,
and by the
her
way,
book,
everything
yeah.
I'm sharing from people, by the way, is public. You know, I'm not sharing private texts because I don't do that. The imposition or
She may look good now, body, but when you do shit like this to your face, and like when she is actually old, she gonna look like shit. She gonna look like Priscilla Presley. Have y'all seen Priscilla Presley lately? Oh my God. It's like, okay, it looks nice now. She may be like the, Hollywood look right now with the implants and all that stuff. But when she's older, it'll be wild. That's what I'm saying. She didn't need to do that. If she wouldn't have done that shit to her face, she'd look beautiful even older. That's my point. Stop messing with your face, ladies. You're beautiful the way you are, man. You really are. You don't need to change who you are. Who you are is beautiful. That's how you came out. That's how God made you. Stop trying to change who you are.
unless they've already been shared by somebody else too. The imposition or enforcement of the requested injunction or the temporary restraining order that
just get a Medicube. It's a lot easier. I love my Medicube.
Was issued on September 5th, 2025, would violate this person's right, the defendant, the stalker's rights under the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and the Utah Constitution. Recent case law makes it clear that content-based restrictions on speech, even in the civil stalking context, must withstand strict scrutiny. The proposed speech restrictions in the requested injunction fall far short. Similarly, nothing in the requested injunction or supporting materials established that the stalker acted with requisite degree of culpability under recent U.S. Supreme Court case law. And for these reasons, the stalker respectfully requests the court deny the requested injunction.
We heard all this yesterday, so I kind of overlapped it a little bit. So this is all new information. We have not heard this yet. If you were here yesterday, this is starting from exactly where we left off.
Have it? It's okay. I can keep reading if not. Okay. Let's just take a break. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Just put it up when you're ready. And
okay. Oh, let's have a Medicube night in the canoe in Discord. Yes.
The Matthias relies primarily on 3 declarations in support of the requested injunction. 2 declarations from Matthias and a declaration from Grayson. This opposition relies upon and incorporates by reference the following declarations filed herewith along with documents and things that the stalker expects and introduces in her defense at the hearing. Declaration of the stalker, declaration of Lindsay, declaration of Janice, declaration of Lori, or for the sake of brevity, the stalker does not restate the facts from each of the foregoing declarations and instead provides a summary of the key facts as follows. Number 1, Matthias, okay, we're going to take a break. Here we are. PSA, screenshots can be manipulated and falsified. I dealt with this when a troll was harassing me on Twitter, but I'll demonstrate with a message I wrote to our general admin account, Arctic Feline, before I could reply from.
So now she's trying to prove that text messages can be faked. We know this, right? I mean, this is common sense. Of course, text messages can be faked, but she's putting the narrative out there. She doesn't, this girl hasn't even shown any text messages as far as we know, but she's putting the narrative out there that they're going to be fake if she does. That's what I'm taking away from this. If you were worried about something you said getting out, would you not want to get in front of it by showing your audience, look, that shit could be faked, y'all. That shit can be faked. So don't believe what you see. And I don't know. I don't know what the girl has. How can she say they're faked if they haven't been put out? I don't know.
The Arctic Feline account, Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free photo manipulation tool. And the third I did in a browser, no other tool needed. Notice how with that option, I don't even have the space constraints of the original message. These trolls go from case to case with a few tricks.
And Flo, thank you for gifting 5 cooter ships. And thank you for the $5. I forgot to say it out loud. I'm saying it in my head. I don't want to pause too much because I want to get through this. And thank you, Sherry Baby, for the other 5 cooter ships. Y'all welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs.
They can use over and over. I've heard from people who have run other groups that the people who have trolled or troll family members. And
Dr. James, Dr. James, interesting name. You obviously have not been stalked. I've been stalked 3 times and it's not fun. I'm sorry that happened to you. When it happened to me, there were no stalking laws and it was an open field. Shame on you. So it's my fault that there were no stalking laws for you. Just because you were stalked doesn't mean she was stalked. And just because you were stalked doesn't necessarily mean that you can vouch for someone else being stalked. So your argument goes out the window. I'm sorry that happened to you.
in other cases, and one of the group of trolls hacked another group leader's accounts and published their passwords. This is what these people do. The end goal, I believe, what is it? Intimidation and retaliation. And if you prove this is one of their pet projects, isn't that the hero they need? Anyway, they mentioned Melanie Gibb. So they go from case to case. They do this. People do this. They're saying, and Janice is going to demonstrate how. Do you have the text messages? Because then they put a demonstration in. We'll need some time for that. So I'll keep going. And then they actually show it. Hold on.
All right, we're going to get an example.
We have it. We just
Did she?
text messages because then they
She said end goal. I missed
put a
it.
demonstration in. We'll need some time for that. So I'll keep going. And then they actually show it. Hold on. Okay. We have it. We just need to mark out some names. Hold on. We're going to silence.
Julie, good question. Every day with Jane, Lauren being upset over law and crime coming to court, valid or hypocritical? From her personal standpoint, I think it's valid. I wouldn't want my RO hearing on law and crime. However, I mean, it is what it is, right? She streams trials. She streams court hearings. I don't know. I mean, I kind of see both sides. I think that's possible to have both be true at the same time. You know, not wanting it to happen, but kind of finding it inevitable at the same time. It would be kind of a mind fuck, if you will. Because I think about, I put myself in her shoes. Would I want that? Fuck no, I wouldn't want it. But sometimes with this, you have to suck things up that maybe don't seem fair. I've had to suck up a lot of shit that wasn't fair. My ex-podcast host went live for every day for a month about me, talking about my mother who just passed away. I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to go through shit and you come out stronger for it. You don't call 911 for a police escort with a bunch of ladies to walk to your car. I can tell you that. Sorry, I'm getting off topic now. All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Matthias is a public figure with hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube and tens of thousands of followers across various social media platforms.
I think she's bringing Melanie Gibb's name into it. It was a post by Janice, I believe. And I think Lauren is reading it because Melanie Gibb is kind of a scary person. She was one of the 7 gatherers. And these girls made their group name the 7 gatherers. Probably to fuck with Lauren. You know what I mean? kind of like how we're called the dark side. They made like a pun off the 7 gatherers of Lori Vallow. It doesn't mean there's the 7 gatherers, but they're throwing Melanie Gibbs' name in there as a way of fear, I think.
By the way, I'm pretty sure that doesn't mean that Taylor Swift can't have a stalker. Do you know what I mean? Like if a stalker is harassing Taylor Swift just because she's a public figure, doesn't mean she can't go to court.
Taylor Swift. Now we're talking about Taylor Swift?
And get a civil stalking injunction. But nonetheless, we'll keep reading. The stalker met Matthias in April 2024 and maintained a friendship for several months thereafter. By March of 2025, the friendship had waned. The stalker did not initiate any contact with Matthias after that time. In April 2020.
Well, in all fairness, the girl being accused is also a woman, and we don't know the whole story.
The stalker spoke to Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. By the way, no, she actually never did talk to me about any of my public statements or conduct. Never. Just so you know, no public statements and no public content has ever been under scrutiny. People have not come up to me about any public statements.
I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that what she's been through is fun. It's not. It's not fun to have your personal text release. It's not fun to have your emails shown. It's not fun to have all these things happen. To have people share things you told them in what you thought was confidence. It's not fun. It sucks. And it also is traumatizing. However, it's not illegal. And it waters down people who are actually stalked. Right. People bash Taylor every day. People hate that girl.
Or conduct at all. Just so you know. Some people are upset by things I might have said in private messages. Whether fake or real, I don't know. In April 2025, the stalker told Matthias about some of her public statements and conduct. Not true. She only spoke to me about private conversations, which prompted Matthias to make a variety of accusations against and demands to the stalker. The stalker has not communicated directly or indirectly with Matthias since April 2025. Around that same time, Matthias launched a series of accusations and demands against her and other former friends and acquaintances.
I could ask you under your scars to have the same empathy for the person who's being accused of this and called a stalker without an RO in place. Think about it. Think about it. She's calling this girl for 9 hours a stalker with no RO. Do you have empathy for the girl who's being called a stalker without proof?
Including Lindsay. No, actually, just, you know, she's actually not, this is actually my former producer. So let's make that clear. And yeah, I did send her a cease and desist for a private business reason. Matthias also began behaving strangely toward her friends and toward the stalker's friends, including without limitations, Denise. And I've just never really talked to her.
Don't you think that maybe the stalker feels put in danger by this woman who has this huge platform calling her a stalker for 9 hours without an RO? Claiming that because of Law and Crime, she quote unquote had to drop her stalking RO? Come on now.
And Lori, no, actually, and Lindsay, by approaching them or standing near them in public places with the apparent intent to provoke a confrontation. How does one make an apparent intent to provoke a confrontation?
She dropped the RO under your scars. I implore you to go back to the very beginning where she said she had to drop it because of Law and Crime. Don't like it? Take it up with Lauren. She said it.
Literally means I'm not doing anything. But yeah, if I'm reporting at a trial, we might be standing in a similar place. And actually, I'm a grown-up.
They are, Cricket.
And stand in these private places.
Go read the comments on yesterday's video.
Without confrontation or anything. Matthias sent Lindsay an individual cease and desist letter. That's true. It has nothing to do with said stalker at all. At all. Nothing to do. So I don't even know why this is in this. Why is this part of this? Matthias sent Lindsay and another individual, that's my ex-contractor, cease and desist letters, which, by the way, those were for 2 completely different reasons, and contacted the police to report.
You know what? Under your scars, I don't appreciate you defaming me My channel has never been about bashing. My channel is about truth. And I don't appreciate you coming in here defaming me for my opinion. This is my channel. See your way out. Go tend to your scars. Please block them, Kels.
That Lindsay and others were following or
Fucking weirdos.
surveilling Matthias and her employee, when in fact it was Matthias and Yor that were following them. False. The stalker was not present for the encounters between Matthias, Lindsay, and Janice in June of 2025. And at no time did stalker encourage or suggest that Lindsay, Lori, or any other person contact or approach Matthias. Stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community, including Matthias's statements. Wait. Oh yeah, I'll put my glasses back on. Where did they go?
The last thing I'm known for is bashing people. It's horrible. It's horrible. We don't take snowflakes in here. We just don't put up with it. I can't.
Oh, I put them somewhere. Oh, glasses. So, okay. This is interesting. The stalker's social media posts and public comments since April 2025 have not been directed at Matthias and were not intended to communicate with Matthias directly or indirectly, even though that one that said burn your false kingdom down in like saying that this is an account to expose my ex-friend. Okay. Rather, the stalker was addressing her social media subscribers, followers about topics of public interest in the true crime community. Oh, really? Okay. Including Matthias's statements. Matthias has maintained her social media presence and continues to engage in public discussion by posting and streaming hundreds of videos since April 2025. Yes, exactly. It's my job. And I have to support a family. So yeah, you put your game face on and you do it whether you're coughing or not because of the stress.
But you can't go visit your mom on hospice. See, this is what I don't get, okay? She can put her game face on if she's sick, but yesterday she said that because of this, she can't go be by her mother's bedside. Come on.
And anxiety. Matthias has used stalker's public statements as a pretext for quashing her speech and removing her from public events such as CrimeCon, which took place September 5th. Matthias has misrepresented the events at CrimeCon in an attempt to secure the requested injunction. Well, I'm glad, I just show what happened. So you don't have to take my word for it. And accuse the stalker of violating the temporary order. Stalking, by the way, stalking consists of two elements. The respondent must intentionally or knowingly engage in a course of conduct directed at the petitioner. And two, the respondent must know or act with recklessness regarding the course of conduct that would cause a reasonable person to fear for their person's own safety or suffer other emotional distress. Both elements must be present before a district court may issue a civil stalking injunction. Here, Matthias cannot prove either element to justify the requested injunction. Further, the Utah Court of Appeals recently reiterated that the First Amendment cabins the court's ability to issue a civil stalking injunction to only specific parameters. Content-based restrictions are presumptively unconstitutional and subject to strict scrutiny. The requested injunction seeks content-based restrictions on speech and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. The requested injunction is unconstitutional, according to my stalker's attorneys. A civil stalking injunction requires the petition to prove stalking as defined in Utah Code. That section provides that an actor commits stalking if the actor intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual and knows or is reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or
thank you, Kevin,
the safety of a third individual or to suffer other emotional distress. A course of conduct requires two or more acts directed at or toward a specific individual. The burden is on the petitioner to show by the preponderance of the evidence the stalking of the petition by the respondent has occurred. Matthias's declarations recite only two instances where the stalker communicated specifically with her, and in both instances, Matthias initiated the conversation. What? First is at the Maricopa County Courthouse. Matthias approached and greeted stalker. Okay, hold up. Do you have it? Matthias, they say, initiated the conversation. First, at the Maricopa County Courthouse, Matthias approached and greeted Stalker, which is interesting. Actually, I was just walking towards the elevators and she was there. But I kind of want to see what she...
You guys were at the same trial. No one was following anyone. You're both dumb for that. You're both dumb for that. You're both attending the same fucking trial. You can't prove who followed who.
Says about it, because she explains the incident on TikTok. The Stalker does. She does not say that I approached her. We'll keep going while we find that TikTok. But okay.
Oh,
yeah, you'll
Lord.
find it. So Matthias allegedly
Okay, so Grayson's looking for the TikToky.
approached and greeted the Stalker. And so I initiated contact, I guess. And by the time of this text, this time, and then I again initiated contact, this time by text, to make accusations and demands. It's true, when I told her to stop defaming me, and if she thinks that I'm plagiarizing, to report me, because that's important to do. But the Stalker allegedly reluctantly participated in the exchange, which is odd, because actually when I blocked her, she then continued in my email to while I tried to stop it. MacArthur could have not known that the communication...
Ryan, were you at those damn elevators? Ryan, I sincerely hope you're doing better, hon. We love you.
Were
I just felt like you needed to hear that. We love you, Ryan.
Unwanted, because Matthias initiated them. I literally blocked her, and she wrote in her email to me, calling a hypocrite and a liar, that I clearly blocked her because I was a coward, not because I was initiating contact. Let's go on. Indeed, sorry about that. The Stalker made no attempt to communicate specifically with Matthias directly, even though she sent me an email after I requested her not contact me again. Directly or indirectly.
Gwen, what are you talking about? What Saw movies? After
the April text, when Matthias stated she did not wish to be contacted. She actually then went to my email to continue harassing me. Okay, you have it. So she's saying that I reached that when she recorded
the
me.
fastest friendship crash you've ever seen. And I have the receipts, because contrary to what the Nevada Police
Oh my God. Here we go. Here's the TikTok.
Department.
Yeah, we'll skip that. Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
About all of our lies. It started in the morning.
Y'all, Gwen goes way back. She's an OG of J for Justice, and she's funny as hell. The Saw doll. Okay.
After I confronted her about all of her lies.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. It started in the morning after I confronted her. Okay. I'm glad we cleared that up. Let's keep going. So statement and conduct.
I would have never pinned that if I knew. Don't sue me, Lauren. Fuck.
By Janice and Lori. The Matthias declarations spent considerable time detailing statement and conduct by Lindsay, Janice, and Lori. They refute Matthias and Grayson's allegations in their declarations, but even if the allegations are true, they are not. What is noticeably absent is any proof that Stalker engaged in or influenced any of these events. In some instances, she learned about them afterwards and discussed them publicly later. That is not enough to show a course of conduct.
Oh my God, the doll. I just looked at the doll. Gwen, you are so wrong for that. So wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a continuing. You were showing you how Janice, as publicly, all of the red is identifying information blocked out. So if you recall, maybe we should go to the first one too. They're saying that Janice changed these. So again, the first screenshot is the original message. The second they did with a free photo. I wrote in our general.
Grayson said the first is the original message. The second is something.
Admin account before which I could reply. And Janice replied, which was perfect. The first screenshot is the original message. The second I did in a few minutes with a free Photoshop manipulation. Okay.
Okay. She made an example of a fake. Stop. Stop. She is trying too hard. Come on. They made a side-by-side to see how screenshots can be manipulated with Photoshop.
Let's see it now. Oh, look at that. Huh. So what a beautiful day. I think I'll go for a longer bike ride. You totally should. The next one. What a beautiful day. I'm kind of thinking about robbing a bank today. Thoughts? You totally should. Oh, look. You can manipulate. Janice and her friend are letting us know that you can do this for reasons of intimidation. I don't know why anyone would.
Dude, these are Facebook messengers. These are Facebook messengers. Jeep Girl, thank you for the 19.99. Jay, you've been totally fair. You told all of us yesterday to form your own opinions. I hate how she still calls her my stalker when she has also said her name. Yeah, I don't like that either. That's kind of manipulative, right? Thank you for your super chat.
But it's interesting. I don't know. Don't know what's going on. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. In some instances, she learned about these things, the stalker afterwards and discussed them publicly. There's not enough to show course of conduct. The stalking statute is clear that an act or statement does not meet the definition of course of conduct. Online posts and public comments, the stalking statute is clear that the act or statement does not meet the definition of course of conduct unless it is directed at a specific individual. Matthias asked the court to parse the contents of the stalker's online post and infer that the stalker intended Matthias to see them. Such an exercise is impermissible under the stalking statute and problematic under First Amendment. And even if it were appropriate to extrapolate stalker's intent from the content of her post, the post that Matthias references show that it is not attempting to address specifically Matthias, her family, or Grayson directly or indirectly. The posts are clearly
Lindsay, no, I don't know. I don't know who Lindsay is, and why didn't she want a room with her? I don't know that. I don't know that story. Tell us, Lindsay.
public commentary directed at the public generally. Matthias fails to prove course of conduct as the first requires element for the requested injunction. Number 2, Matthias cannot show that a reasonable person in her circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Oh, that's number 2. I cannot show that. Matthias must also show that the stalker knew or was reckless as to whether the course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety.
Oh, young black economist. I think Lauren is pissed at being blacklisted, which Lauren said in the first part that she was blacklisted by many people. And Jeanette Levy was going to show both sides of the story by requesting the camera. Apparently, she was present when Lauren had her crash out in the bar. Dun, dun, dun. The plot thickens. We've got Jeanette Levy up in this shit. I'm telling you, this is going to end up on prime crime.
Or to the safety of a third individual, or to suffer other emotional distress. The second element of the stalking inquiry imposes an objective standard under which the subjective effect of the respondent's conduct on the petition is irrelevant. Courts must avoid succumbing to a purely subjective analysis, which is inconsistent with the objective standard's intent to protect against criminalizing conduct that only an unreasonable, sensitive, or paranoid petitioner would find harassing. Courts applying.
Yes, and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis blacklisted her too. Prime crime.
King's individualized objective standard have considered such factors as the petitioner's background, the petitioner's knowledge of, and the relationship with the respondent and history of abuse between the parties, and the cumulative effect of the respondent's repetitive conduct. The foregoing factors enumerated in Baird and later in Ragsdale are not an exhaustive list, and courts may examine other relevant factors. Here, Matthias cannot show the stalker knew or acted recklessly in such a way that a reasonable person in Matthias's circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress. Matthias is a public figure who continually exercises her right to speak publicly about her.
You know what's really fucked is that all these creators were at that fucking crime con. All these creators. I think the crash out was in the socks. I think that was it. Y'all. Thank you, ML Marty, for your super chat. I have not seen evidence of threats and stalking yet. I stand with free speech. Don't like power money used to squash anyone speaking out on one's actions. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your super chat.
Life. I do, yeah. Her friends and a variety of other topics. Knowing this stalker had no reason to expect that Matthias would attempt to quash the stalker's speech, must last through 2 false police reports and this proceeding. Again, declaring false police reports. That's a lie. Further, the Baird factors all weigh strongly against the finding that a reasonable person under these circumstances.
No, what you're not understanding, Samantha, is that a lot of reporters and creators have shunned her. Okay? She's bent about that. But apparently the stalker has texts proving she talks shit about 8 people in her professional Rolodex. Don't talk about your professional contacts to people you don't know. Better off just maybe telling your husband when you want to vent about people. Don't do it.
Would experience fear or emotional distress. As discussed above, Matthias's background as a public figure, an ex-reporter and social commentator certainly subjects her to public scrutiny. It simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion, including negative statements about individuals, without encountering speech she disagrees with and does not like. Actually, I do not engage in public discussions with negative statements about individuals. That's bullying. I do discuss crime. I try to discuss it sensitively. Public discussion that's negative about bullies, I've not done so. And yes, I would encounter speech that disagrees.
Actually, the lady that was on Queen's panel, Kurt, is on the other side. But, I mean, she really has to prove that all of this has happened because of this one girl.
Agrees with what I do if I do that. And when I don't do that, I still encounter speech that disagrees with me or that I do not like. I can handle that. That's the First Amendment.
Yeah, Captain Kurt. So the lady that came on Queen's panel is friends with a lady named Lori, I think it's Hellis. She's a lawyer, retired lawyer, who did commentary on this whole situation with Lauren and now was going to testify for the quote unquote stalker in the hearing that Lauren dropped because Law and Crime was going to video it and put it on YouTube.
Similarly, the only instances Matthias identifies where stalker communicates.
Lori Hellis, I think it is. And yeah, she doesn't like, yeah. That's what it is. So that lady was trying to say, hey, Lori Hellis is telling the truth. And she just might be because she was a witness to what happened in the bar at CrimeCon. See, all these people were at CrimeCon. So they got all these people, all these reporters, you know, true crime people, investigators, and sadly, victims. Because now CrimeCon has opened up the platform to victims in the last few years. It switched hands and it changed. Now they give victims crime fighter awards. That's weird. That's weird.
With her directly or indirectly related to negative statements and conduct directed toward the stalker and others, Matthias has no reasonable.
If you go watch Ethan Chapin's mom at CrimeCon, you'll see why victims should not be at CrimeCon. Lori H. deleted her video. Oh. Hell is weird.
Basis to expect that a friend or former friend would not discuss interpersonal issues with her, especially where, as here, Matthias initiated the communication every time. Not true. Matthias attempted to turn her falling out with the stalker into an injunction with real implications for the stalker's civil rights. That is not the purpose of the stalking statute. The cumulative effect of the stalker's alleged conduct also does not warrant the requested injunction. As discussed above, with no real course of conduct to support her request, Matthias unleashes a torrent of unrelated allegations about others' conduct and the stalker's protected First Amendment activity. All of that does not count under the stalking statute, Baird, and other cases. The degree of culpability required prevents the court from counting events that the stalker learned about only later. For example, Matthias had no good faith basis to claim that the stalker.
It was Queen's panel yesterday, right, Kurt? That someone came up?
Intended or act recklessly with respect to incidents in Boise when the stalker was in Europe and learned only after the fact. A number of other factors, not specifically enumerated in Baird, also weigh strongly against the requested injunction. First, Matthias already submitted 2 police reports with the same sort of misrepresentations currently before court. In each instance, the police did not substantiate Matthias's claim. Well, I'll just point out this. Neither had to do with the stalker, but oddly.
Well, I think her husband, she said, is there. I'm not really sure about that, but she said he's too ill. He's too ill. He can barely go to work because of this girl on TikTok that lives in another state.
Both implicated her. Secondly, nearly all of the statements and conduct that Matthias's references occurred in public places or online. Matthias claimed that they interfered with her work, but the stalker and Lindsay and others also work in the true crime space and have been regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials in the courtroom. She does not. Work in the true crime space and have been regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials in the courtroom.
That's your opinion. We could say you don't work. How do you know what she does? I mean, her reason for going could be the same as you. Come on. That is not how we gauge people on here. Do your own thing.
But the stalker and Lindsay and others also work in the true crime space and have been regular attendees of the trials. She does not work at trials.
She work. If she says she works at trials, she works at trials, just like you do.
Courtroom. She does not. She has drawn things.
Why are you taking your glasses off to say this? Just look at the camera. She has drawn things. She does not work in the courtroom, but she's drawn things in the courtroom. So she fucking works there because her drawings are her work. Stop it.
She has drawn things and given them to me for free.
Oh, because she didn't get paid for it. She's not working. Unbelievable. Wow.
Drawn things and given them to me for free. She does not work. But anyway, let's move on.
Unbelievable. That is so shitty. Drawings. She does not work. I don't like that.
Free. She does not work. But anyway, let's move on.
Exactly, Ryan. She gave you content to use from the courtroom when there were no cameras.
Lindsay, Christina, Janice, Lori have just as much of right to be in public spaces and participate in public events as Matthias. This is not a situation where the stalker has accosted Matthias at home or any other non-public space. Third, Matthias's own conduct cuts strongly against any notion that she feared for her safety. Matthias and Grayson repeatedly approached, confronted, or attempted to confront Christina, Lindsay, and Janice, and others. No, I didn't. And not only does this contradict Matthias's testimony that she subjectively feared these individuals or was distressed, but a reasonable person in her circumstances.
I honestly don't think it was because she was slammed in our comments, because you can turn those off. But I do think, being that Lori Hellis is a lawyer, she probably deleted it for legal reasons, considering that she was going to testify in this RO hearing. That's probably the best professional choice, would be to delete the video. Just saying.
Would not engage in the conduct that Matthias has engaged in. Finally, the Matthias declaration and Grayson's declaration on their face deal only with Matthias's alleged subjective feelings. The Baird court specifically warned against granting an injunction based solely on the subjective factors. Relatedly, Matthias makes no attempt to connect the dots between Stalker's alleged statements and conduct and the extreme subjective reaction Matthias alleges. In sum, Matthias fails to show requisite mental state, causation, or objectively reasonable fear or emotional distress. These are treated as content-based if they cannot be justified without reference to the content of the regulated speech, or if they were adopted by the government because of disagreement with the message the speech conveys. In this case, each provision of the requested injunction is content-based and does not withstand strict scrutiny. Personal conduct. This section requires an order commanding Stalker to not stalk Matthias, and then recites references the statutory definition of stalking. This provision is problematic for three main reasons. First, as a practical matter, it is vague, unenforceable, and redundant of other provisions. Utah law already prohibits stalking, and there would be no way to enforce the order without resort to the courts. The parties are attending the hearing to determine if stalking has occurred. There is no reason to enter an order that requires the court to do the exact same thing anytime Matthias believes a stalker is stalking her. Actually, this is the first time I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts. This is especially true since it is not clear what I've ever done it, and I sent in receipts. This is especially true since it is not clear what the personal conduct order adds apart from the other provisions. Second, the issuance of requested injunction. Oh, thank you for saying that.
Oh, she had to double check Grayson's work. Interesting. Interesting. She just double checked what Grayson pinned. Oh.
The issuance of requested injunction. Oh, thank you for saying that. Injunction in any form would impose on Stalker civil rights and violate the First Amendment because Matthias relies on the stalker's protected speech to establish stalking. Basically, Matthias is asking the court to agree with Matthias's public speech and disagree with the stalkers. Such a restriction would be content-based, and it is justified only with resort to stalker's message, with the court adopting Matthias's viewpoint, punishing stalker, and in essence removing an entire topic, Matthias's own statements and conduct, from public discussion. There is no compelling government interest in favoring one speaker over another, and so broad as to be meaningless restriction on stalking is far from being narrowly tailored enough to withstand strict scrutiny. Third, by the way, I'm sure people are dropping off because it's so late, but I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this.
It's still going to get good. Huh. Says it with a smile. She's enjoying this. This isn't traumatizing her, in my opinion. What?
By the way, I'm sure people are dropping off because it's so late, but I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this.
I don't like it.
Trust me. Third, I'm just telling you, it's still going to get good, even if you're bored with this. Trust me. Third, the personal conduct order in the requested injunction mirrors almost exactly the one the Utah Court of Appeals reviewed. In Ragsdale 2, court held that the provisions purporting the bar conduct that would annoy, harass, or cause distress to the petitioner were content-based and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. The court reasoned that the addition.
I trust Nate Eaton, and he has distanced himself from her, says a lot. That man is a good man. He's a great father, and he's a great journalist. He always keeps things on the up and up, and I can tell you, Nate Eaton would never get caught talking badly in a text message about another business associate. I can tell you that right now. The fact that he has distanced himself says a lot to me.
Additional prohibition against annoying or causing distress could potentially enjoin the respondent from talking about petitioner to others. The court was concerned that, for example, any appearance that respondent might make before the local governing authorities to complain about the presence of petitioner's business in the neighborhood could likely cause petitioner emotional distress or would, at the very least, annoy her. They're using that language, not me. A no contact. Matthias asked the court to bar stalker from communicating directly or indirectly with Matthias and others, but this section must also read in conjunction with the other assistance needed section, where Matthias asked the court to order stalker to cease and desist any and all online activity and communications, direct or indirect, relating.
They don't want to be associated with this fuck shit, with this drama. They're reporters, they're journalists. They don't want to deal with this kind of shit. They don't want to be associated with this kind of shit.
To and referencing Matthias. Again, this restriction is content-based because it purports to quash speech on an entire topic. In this way, the no contact order in the requested injunction is distinguishable from the no contact order upheld in Ragsdale 2 and Towner v. Ridgway, excuse me.
Right, but Nate didn't hold that against her before, Lindsay. He distanced himself after her behavior, which tells me that just because Nate Eaton is LDS doesn't mean that he's extreme or he judges people because they're not. Okay? Because he was cool with her prior to her showing her ass at CrimeCon.
Shot of both those cases is that a stalking injunction that prohibits communicating with or to a person may be permissible, where a prohibition on communicating about a person is not, or at least must withstand strict scrutiny. The Ragsdale 2 court summarized that Towner held that the civil stalking injunction did not violate the First Amendment because it enjoined the respondent from communicating directly to the petitioner, but did not enjoin him from speaking about the petitioner. The court.
I don't think Nate Eaton or anybody's decision to distance themselves from this fuck shit is a religious decision. I think it's a fucking personal or a business decision. That's just my thoughts.
Further noted that in Ragsdale 2 and in Towner that no contact provisions prohibited any communication, either direct or indirect, from the respondent to the petition or other identified individuals. As with the provisions at issue in Towner, nothing in the no contact order precluded respondent from expressing his opinions, political or otherwise, about the presence of petitioner in his neighborhood to others not identified by the no contact order. The stay away order. Matthias asked for an order that stalker stay away from Matthias's home, work, school, and vehicle. But as with the no contact order, Matthias modifies the form language and requests an order that stalker must stay away from online forums and other social media accounts like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit, those specific accounts. This extra requirement is problematic on multiple levels. The restriction is content-based and cannot withstand strict scrutiny. On its face, the restriction appears to ban stalker from the internet. In one swath, Matthias hopes the court will eliminate stalkers' ability to frequent all online public spaces. No. This ask alone unmasks Matthias's goal of eliminating stalkers' ability to speak out on issues of public interest. The ban would be akin to allowing Matthias a popular pulpit in a public park while prohibiting others who disagree with her from the same public spaces. The First Amendment squarely forecloses this sort of preference. Second, to the extent that Matthias's request is meant to be interpreted more narrowly, it is unconstitutionally vague because it does not put stalker on notice of the extent of her ban. Holding that a restriction is unconstitutionally vague when it does not provide adequate notice of what the restriction covers. In sum, the imposition of the requested injunction in any form would violate stalkers' First Amendment rights because Matthias relies upon protected free speech to try to establish the elements of stalking. As such, any restriction is content-based because the court can find a necessary element only by examining the contents of the speech and by preferring Matthias's speech over stalkers. Similarly, each proposed provision of the requested injunction fails to pass First Amendment muster.
I heard that she did not have temple recommendation anymore, but I don't know, young black. I don't know what to believe because I don't know.
The requested injunction is unconstitutional. Conclusion, Matthias is allowed to not like what the stalker has said about her. I'm just going to say this. Yeah, they're right. I am allowed to just not like what the stalker said about me, but I want to point out that it is false. It is defamatory and is harassment. But Matthias fails, in short, of the statutory elements required under the stalking statute.
G14, I didn't even know who Lori Hellis was until yesterday. So no, I didn't.
And it is a stalker's right to free speech. The free speech forecloses the requested injunction. Stalker respectfully requests that the court deny the requested injunction. Stalker reserves the right to seek fees under Utah code within the time frame provided under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure dated 19th of September. Okay. Snooze fest. Let's get.
Snooze fest was the stalker's reply. Oh boy.
Okay. Snooze fest. Let's get to my response. So now I like that you pinned that so people know what I'm reading when they jump in. That's smart. So this one then is going to be the reply. Yep, hold on.
Wait, the TikToker has a lawyer? Wait a minute. If she's got something in this pink cup, what's she drinking out of that flat cup that she got no ice in, body? She got something cold right here. What's the other one for? So I'm expected to believe she's drinking just flat root beer with no ice, but has cold ass water. What's in that? What's in that root beer?
By the way, my phone's blowing up. I'm actually finally learning more.
I always drink root beer when I can't eat. That's when I don't eat. I always drink root beer instead with no ice.
Thank you to the people who are coming forward and letting me know that you too were contacted by particular people in a smear campaign against me. We went mute because I just learned I don't have my phone. Grayson has my phone. She's getting texts. People are coming forward saying, you know what? I got a text and I got a text. And this is what this person told me. Thank you. Keep it coming. Thank you. Because I don't know what the hell has been happening the last month. And no one has been talking to me. So now, thank you. Keep sharing. Thank you.
I know.
This is going to be the reply to that by my attorney. I actually have many attorneys now. I have 4 attorneys now. We're not taking this lightly. So this is in reply in support of request for civil stalking.
Rollins. We're not stalking you, Rollins. Stop.
Okay. Okay, ready? Okay. So this is my response written by one of my attorneys. Thank you to my attorney, Daston, in support of
Daston? Is that his first or last name? Are we on a first name basis with your attorney? Are we supposed to know who Daston is? She drops so many names, she thinks that everybody knows everybody's fucking name. Who's Daston? Name the fucking firm. Show the fucking document.
My attorney, Daston, in support of request for the civil stalking and petitioner. So in other words, free speech was a reason to not support the stalking injunction, and that I'm a public figure, even though public figures are often stalked. And I'm also going to point this out too, by the way, in this county where the stalking injunction is filed, Utah County, it is exactly where Charlie Kirk was.
Oh my, oh, girl, bye. Girl, bye. She just tipped that fucking scale. Nope, you can't come back from this. You can't come back from that. That is come on. Oh my God. I'm rubbing my temples. I am rubbing my temples. This just went to another level. Again. Holy fuck. Stop it. Stop it.
This stalking injunction is filed in Utah County. It is exactly where Charlie Kirk was when he was assassinated. Many people wondered why I haven't talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't.
Huh? That's why she hasn't talked about it? Because it's the same place? Someone passed the flat root beer.
Can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case. Talked about that case. First off, there's only 3 of us and we can't hit every case. Very heartbreaking case.
There's only 3 of us. Her, John, and Grayson.
Secondly, that is in this area, and it's about a public figure who was.
Don't do this. I'm scared to go further. She's comparing herself to Charlie Kirk. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. She's got a fucking husband who works in mental health. The fuck? Ugh.
But secondly, that is in this area, and it's about a public figure who was stalked. And you know what? It scares me. That scares me. I am scared. And that was a very overwhelming case. And yet I have yet to cover that case. Same county.
Same county. No. You Nope.
Respondents' opposition, fundamentally. Here we go. This is good. This is good. I thank you to my attorney for this. The respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and facts of this case by advancing 2 legally unsupported defenses. Number 1, that the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. And number 2, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constitutes protected public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I have never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare that I cannot wake up from. That was from the 3rd Matthias Declaration. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections from anyone with an online presence.
Third girl, it gets worse than Charlie Kirk?
And would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas. The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment.
Yes, this is her response via her attorney to the stalkers.
The respondent's public figure defense has no basis in Utah stalking laws. The stalking statute makes no distinction based on public profile. Respondent's central argument: the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking, represents a fundamental misunderstanding of Utah law. Utah code is here, protects any person from
Krama, no, we have seen no threats. She just compared herself to Charlie Kirk.
stalking behavior. The statute contains no exception, limitation, or modification based on a person's public visibility, social media following, or participation in public discourse. Respondent incorrectly imports the public figure doctrine from defamation law, where it affects the burden of proof under New York Times v. Sullivan. This doctrine has no application to stalking law.
Welcome to Cooterville, Tabby. Come on in and close your legs.
The heightened standard for public figures in defamation cases does not extend to criminal harassment or stalking prosecutions. A victim's status as a public or private figure is irrelevant to stalking analysis. Public visibility does not waive protection from targeted harassment. Respondent argues that because petitioner uses these platforms to speak out on a range of issues, she should expect and tolerate alleged stalking behavior. This argument conflates two distinct legal concepts: protected public discourse and criticism. That is First Amendment protected. But number two, targeted harassment and stalking, this is criminal and tortious conduct. Those are different. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism. It does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, or stalking behaviors. See Virginia v. Black and Counterman v. Colorado. The First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that can threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The respondent's social media accounts constitute targeted harassment, not.
But Body, if you don't believe someone's credentials, how do you check those without calling to verify them? I don't think that's stalking. If you want to know if someone really has a credentialed job and they're presenting themselves as a doctor or a lawyer or, some kind of investigator, how do you find out? How do you verify they're real? Because so many people on this platform say they're something and they're another. There's not very many that are genuine. Look at Deception Detective. There should be no hiding if you have the credentials you claim to. I think you should be very transparent if you have those credentials. That's just me. There's too many fake people on here. Now, should she have made a TikTok video? No. Kept it to herself? Yes. But I'm not her. You know what I mean? He's given advice. He's saying that he's, giving advice on sexual assaults and stuff. That's a lot to, if you don't believe it, how do you verify if you don't call? I don't know how else you would do it. And LinkedIn are self-made anyways. So I don't know.
Public discourse. The respondent's social media accounts exist solely to attack petitioner. The most compelling evidence that respondent's conduct constitutes stalking rather than protected speech is the singular purpose of her social media accounts. Respondent has created at least 2 separate social media accounts.
I think it's important too to be transparent about your credentials if you are presenting yourself as a doctor of something and giving people advice and analyzing things, and you have 300,000 parasocial relationships. They should know the truth.
TikTok and Instagram dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts.
Listen, Critical K called my ex-husband's dad to try to find out why we divorced. Okay, this is the kind of shit you just need to fucking suck up. You claim you're somebody, people might fact check. Period.
that occasionally references petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only.
I mean, what she's going through sucks, but she's making it worse, in my opinion. Hey, Kathy P.
To conduct a sustained campaign attacking petitioner's moral character. When 100% of the account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public discourse. It is a harassment campaign. P.S. Since my attorney sent this in, she has since posted things that aren't about me, but nothing before this date. 100%.
I mean, we got BJ over here doing background checks on subs that donate her money because she wanted to make sure the money was quote unquote clean.
It cannot be characterized as public discourse when an account targets a single individual. It is a harassment campaign. B, the ex-friend identifier proves personal targeting. Respondent's chosen terminology reveals the true nature of her conduct. By repeatedly referring to petitioner as an ex-friend, respondent acknowledges that this is about a personal relationship, not matters of public concern. This is not commentary on public officials' policies, on issues affecting the community, on matters of legitimate public interest. Instead, this is precisely what it appears to be: a personal vendetta arising from a failed friendship conducted through social media platforms. The term ex-friend itself demonstrates that respondents' grievances are personal and not public. Number C, Utah's stalking statute explicitly covers communications about an individual.
He has,
It is
I think he has like his
unambiguous.
doctorate in philosophy with psychology. I don't know what the fuck it is. He's got his PhD. That's not what the point was. The point was he said he worked at this college and she called to verify it. And then when that came out, she said in the first part we watched that her husband volunteers for the college. So obviously the stalker exposed a little white lie, right? They weren't telling the full truth, according to the stalker. So
In its scope, Utah Code 76-5-106.5. Unambiguous at its scope. The statute defines, quote, course of conduct to include, quote, acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual.
Really, Ostrich, her evidence has to prove that she's stalked and that her life is in danger. Okay? That's what it is. The judge doesn't really decide. She has to prove that her life's in danger. And if she can't prove that, then the judge can't issue an RO. But she didn't even try to prove it because she dropped it. And she blames it on law and crime, period.
Other, directly, indirectly, they left this one out, or through a third party. In other words, all the other people she has recruited to help her. Thank you, she says to them. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. And hey, will you be a witness at my stalking injunction, Lori Hollis?
So she's addressing the people that she thinks are stalking her? That sounds familiar. She's now addressing Lori Hollis personally.
Lori Hollis? The statute defines course of conduct to include acts in which the actor communicates to or about an individual, directly, indirectly, or through a third party. They left that out conveniently. By any action, method, device, or means. And this is what else they left out, emphasis added. It communicates to or about an individual. You don't just have to communicate to me. You can communicate about me. They left that out too. They left that out, about. That's pretty important. The statute defines all the ways you can communicate to or about an individual. The statutory language is critical to this case. The legislator deliberately included communications about an individual, not just to them. This means that the respondent cannot escape liability by claiming that she never directly contacted petitioner. creating social media accounts that communicate about petitioner to third parties to
Rope.
50 plus posts and videos over several months falls squarely within the statute's plain language. It also shows that you're obsessed with me. Stop. The legislature's inclusion of or about recognizes the reality of modern harassment. Stalkers often attempt to harm their victims through indirect means, including social media campaigns designed to damage reputations, recruit others to their cause, or create public humiliation.
Let's do a poll.
Respondents' TikTok and Instagram accounts dedicated exclusively to posting content about her ex-friend constitute precisely the type of indirect harassment the statute prohibits. Furthermore, the statute's language, in quote, by any action, method, device, or means, explicitly contemplates modern technology. Social media platforms are a device and means of communication. When somebody creates multiple accounts across different platforms for the sole purpose of posting content about one individual over several months, they have engaged in a course of conduct under plain statutory language. D, no legitimate public interest exists. The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern and purely private disputes. See Snyder v. Phelps, 562 U.S. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment. Respondent cannot transform a private vendetta into protected public discourse simply by posting it online. Unlike legitimate public interest speech, such as consumer warnings about dangerous products, exposing public corruption, discussing community safety issues, or political or policy commentary. Respondent's campaign serves no public interest. It is revenge masquerading as free speech. Amen. Revenge. And I'm going to throw in coercive control and intimidation. Revenge masquerading as free speech. 3, applying the Ragsdale framework to social media harassment. A, Utah statute specifically includes communications about individuals before applying Ragsdale. It is crucial to understand the statutory framework. Utah Code 76-5, 106-5 defines course of conduct as including acts where the actor communicates to or about an individual directly, indirectly, or through a third party. This or about language is important here. Respondent cannot claim that the First Amendment protection or argue that she never contacted the petitioner when the statute explicitly prohibits communications about an individual. The legislature's choice to include or about demonstrates clear intent to capture indirect harassment campaigns, exactly what social media enables. When respondent created accounts posting 50 plus times about her ex-friend over several months, she communicated about the petitioner to third parties satisfying the statutory element.
I have to butt in here and remind you guys that the quote unquote stalker never mentions Lauren's name. And what was the other thing? Oh, yeah, she calls her the ex-friend.
About the petitioner to third parties satisfying the statutory element. The interpretation aligns with the statute's purpose, preventing stalkers from circumventing the law through indirect means. Without the or about language, stalkers could freely conduct harassment campaigns through social media, claiming immunity because they never directly contacted their victims. The legislature foreclosed this loophole. The directed at
Mark, I've never ever seen you before. Don't come in here shaming me when I've never ever seen you before. You've never attempted to talk to me. You've never attempted to email me. Who even are you? Don't shame me. You don't even know me.
standard in digital contexts. Ragsdale v. Fisher, App 36, provides the controlling framework. The court distinguished between speaking about someone, potentially protected, and directing conduct at someone to cause stress, stalking. Critically, the Ragsdale court found stalking even when the defendant claimed to be protesting only a business, not targeting the owner personally. Here, respondent's conduct is even more clearly directed at the petitioner, not just my business. The account exists solely to discuss the petitioner. All content references petitioner directly or through transparent ex-friends. It references that the posts are designed to reach petitioner's social circles. Absolutely, they are. Reach my social circles. That is the intent.
Huh? Oh, this again, it sounds to me like those release of those texts would make her look bad in her quote unquote social circle.
The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. And that happened and is happening. See, a course of conduct through multiple platforms. Creating multiple social media accounts to target one person satisfies the course of conduct requirement. Under Utah Code 76-5, 106-5, each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms, TikTok and Instagram, demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. I just learned today there's a Twitter account now, X, excuse me. So they're still going. Here.
Now there's an X account.
The numbers speak for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about petitioner over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of 2 or more acts. Each of these 50 posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half.
Why didn't you let your lawyer fight this in court? Fuck law and crime. If you stand 10 toes down on all of this, why wouldn't you let your lawyer walk into that courtroom and fight it? Is it because the petition or the respondent has a lawyer? She's reading it like it was put into effect. But it wasn't. I mean, if you stand so 10 toes down on this, you are so sure, you should have let your lawyer fight it. And to hell with law and crime. If you prove your case, what harm does it have to be on law and crime? Okay, you were stalked. You proved your case in court. What can they say about it? Who cares? It looks worse that you dropped it. Yeah, all 4 lawyers, right.
Of a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrates the obsessive nature of respondent's conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress.
So now that she's put this out there that this girl has these texts, right, that are obviously disparaging towards other people from Lauren's mouth, do you think that maybe those were entered as exhibitees and she didn't want those exhibitees to be out in public?
D, the cumulative effect of social media campaigns. The Ragsdale court emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct. The social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. 1, permanent digital footprint of attacks. It's there forever. 2, viral potential, expanding the audience, which she clearly wanted.
Viral? The girl had 300 followers on TikTok. I don't think that this was going viral. You're not Taylor Swift.
Everybody come join. The water's warm. Everybody come engage. Help the algorithms. Viral potential. 3, 24/7 accessibility of harassing content. Our poor teenagers.
She think that she's gonna go viral. That's how important she thinks she is. Girl, you need to really, really, really get yourself in check. It would have went viral if it was on Law and Crime and people could see both sides. Maybe that would have went viral.
I know just a fraction of what they feel. My world is bigger. I'm okay. Our teenagers dealing with this 24/7. This is unfathomable. Recruitment of others to participate in the harassment. Ongoing nature, creating fear of escalation. Number 4, respondent misapplies the reasonable person standard. The standard does not change based on public profile. Respondent's opposition states, quote, "It simply is not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion."
Hey, defender, I appreciate your comment. What faith do you defend? I'm just curious.
Without encountering speech she disagrees with, end quote. This fundamentally misunderstands the reasonable person analysis under Utah Code 76-5-106.5. The proper inquiry is whether
I think what we're witnessing is someone really trying to keep that mask on when that mask is being lifted. And instead of being humble, she's trying to keep that mask on.
a reasonable person in petitioner circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific content alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect criticism. The statute asks whether the respondent's course of conduct would cause a reasonable person, I'm a reasonable person, to fear for the individual's own safety or to suffer other emotional distress. B, social media harassment creates unique reasonable fear and emotional distress.
She was using as an example that teenagers are going through this every day. Not that her kid's a teenager, he's 8.
Reasonable person would experience significant distress from 1, multiple accounts dedicated to attacking their character. 2, persistent posting about personal matters. 3, public humiliation before their social and professional circles. 4, the permanence of online content. 5,
You're embarrassing yourself. You think that any professional contacts are going to want to, oh my God. You're the one that humiliated yourself. No one even knew about this before your 9-hour live.
Social and professional circles. 4, the permanence of online content. 5, the potential for escalation from online to physical harassment. Accepting the respondent's interpretation would mean 1, anyone with social media forfeits protections from stalking. 2, online harassment is categorically protected. 3, digital stalking receives greater protection than physical stalking. Victims now must choose between online presence and personal safety. 5, respondents' constitutional arguments fail. Anti-stalking laws are constitutional even when applied to speech. Respondents suggest that any restriction on speech about petitioner violates the First Amendment. This is incorrect. Courts nationwide have upheld stalking statutes and
Really, ultimately what she did was set the quote unquote stalker up again. Right? The stalker had to get a lawyer to fight all this bullshit. And then she drops it all and then goes live 9 hours, still claiming that her claims are valid, and calls this girl a stalker for 9 hours. This is wild. Hey, Toasty.
Junctions against First Amendment challenges. See State v. Pauling. Anti-stalking statutes are constitutional restrictions on speech and conduct. The Supreme Court in Counterman v. Colorado recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications.
She should have went through and let the other girl have her say. She set her up in the court of law, then dropped it, and then went live for 9 hours and said, hey, all these things are true, but it's law and crime's fault.
Strict scrutiny analysis does not forbid the requested injunction. Even if strict scrutiny applies here, which it does not if this is targeted harassment, properly tailored stalking injunctions remain unconstitutional because, number 1, compelling government interest. Protecting citizens from fear, targeted harassment, and stalking is a compelling interest. Number 2, narrow tailoring. The requested injunction seeks only to prevent stalking conduct.
Well, I guess we're seeing what was hidden. Isn't their name fucking ironic now, right? Good Lord above. Should have known when you got that shit hidden. When people tell you who they are, listen to them.
Not legitimate criticism or protected speech. It is narrowly tailored to serve the government's interest in protecting petitioner from targeted harassment online. It is ultimately up to the court to decide on the final language of the injunction. Should the court determine the proposed language is too vague or overbroad, the solution is not to discard it entirely, as the respondent argues. Rather, the court should simply tailor and narrow the language it finds too restrictive. Whether language the court deems appropriate, the respondent cannot be allowed to transform targeted harassment into protected speech simply by claiming First Amendment protection. The argument. Thank you to my attorney, Daston. The respondent's sustained campaign constitutes targeted harassment and not protected speech. The scope and severity of respondent's campaign. The evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple platforms, producing 53 plus documented videos and 33 plus Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting petitioner. This unprecedented volume of content, combined with witness testimony, establishes clear intent to harass rather than engage in protected speech. Timeline of escalation documented by multiple witnesses. April 9th, 2025, the confrontation that started it all. Respondent confronted petitioner at the Maricopa County Courthouse, causing such distress that the petitioner suffered a panic attack witnessed by her employee Grayson. In quotes, that day we left court where we were reporting and Lauren had a panic attack. Lauren and I are together all day, every day, and I had never seen something like that before. That was Grayson. Former CNN anchor Susan Hendricks also witnessed the aftermath, testifying that Lauren was, quote, extremely emotional and in a state that I had never seen her before. April through June 2025, pattern of physical stalking. April 15th, Janice confronts petitioner at courthouse requiring bailiff intervention. Ongoing. Janice repeatedly filmed Grayson at work for no other reason than to harass me and intimidate me. June 19th, warning received that things would go public and
Bailiff
people
intervention.
wanted
We
Lauren's
heard that
head
story
on
yesterday.
a
Hold on.
platter.
Hold on. Head on a platter. We heard all about the bailiff. It was because she went up to the bailiff and said, she's not supposed to be around me, right? Isn't that what she said? It didn't require bailiff intervention. You got the bailiff involved. See, that to me is misrepresentation of the story. It makes it sound like this stalker went up and like started like attacking her and the bailiff had to get involved. No, just like Lauren called 911 for a police escort to her car from a restaurant, she also got the bailiff involved in the middle of the courtroom. And she wonders why professional people would not want to align with her. Stop it. You're showing your ass. Leave the bailiffs alone. Sit down, do your fucking reporting, and shut up.
June through August 2025, social media campaign launches. 3 days after that Henderson police report, 3 days after that local police report, where I'm concerned, where I'm told they want my head in a platter and to expect something public, releasing 3 days after.
God.
That social media campaign launches. Tell me that wasn't what the crew.
People are scared of her, but if they weren't, you'd see fucking thumbnails with her head on a fucking platter. And she would have a conniption. If she was in this community, people would be making thumbnails, AI with her head on a platter like a fucking turkey dinner. But people won't do that to her. You know why? Because she's got money and intimidation. It's fucked up, man.
Creator was referring to. And that creator did follow that TikTok when it went live. Shortly after the June 19th warning, respondent launched her targeted social media account. The content demonstrates malicious intent through specific examples. The brothers' sperm post, July 7th, 2025. The respondent published a video with caption, without his consent, falsely insinuating sexual assault of petitioner's dying brother who had just passed away in March of 2025. This video garnered over 33,000 views. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated, attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother. Voice recording post, July 12th, 2025. Respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 30.
Oh my God. They compared her voice to Jodi Arias's voice. I would be embarrassed to repeat this. They're scared of her because she got money and power. Look what she's doing to this girl on TikTok. Fuck, she's calling her a stalker for 9 hours. Ain't nobody want to deal with that shit. And ain't nobody want to be thrown in a courtroom. Because she'll throw you in a courtroom in 2 seconds, apparently.
33 plus thousand views recording post July 12th, 2025. Respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 33,000 plus views.
Maybe you have the same cadence as Jodi Arias. I mean, what?
Professional attacks, August 6th, 2025, posted
Professional
about
ones.
petitioner's husband's credentials, admitting that she called UNLV to investigate, calling us liars.
You're an investigative journalist. Don't you call places to fact check? How do you fact check?
Psychological impact, evidence of severe harm. The court should consider the devastating psychological impact documented by multiple witnesses and a licensed forensic psychologist. Dr. John Mathias, clinical and forensic psychologist, who has evaluated over 500 criminals for recidivism risk, provides expert testimony about the impact. Quote, "The day I will never forget. July 7th, 2025, at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and Lauren is rocking in our bed in visible distress. She was holding her legs tightly against her chest in the fetal position as she rocked back and forth
Is this her husband's account?
on the bed. She was experiencing a severe panic attack, and she told me that she did not want to live. That moment was devastating for me as her husband and deeply alarming as a clinician who understands the seriousness of such statements. Never once in the 10 years that I have known Lauren has she ever expressed or considered such thoughts." John Mathias.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because I think she does believe some these things, but I'm not emotionally connected to her. And I don't have to care about her thoughts or feelings. So I'm looking at this objectively from the outside, and I don't feel bad for the husband because he should have fucking intervened a long fucking time ago. If his credentials were worth their salt, this would not be happening.
Dr. Mathias further documents the
Dr. Mathias should be getting her into one of his respected colleagues ASAP.
petitioner has suffered from heightened anxiety and depression, repeated panic attacks, trauma symptoms, including hypervigilance, social withdrawal, insomnia and weight loss, and suicidal ideation. The impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed.
Has she ever said that she's been going to therapy or getting treatment for this? Because bringing your 8-year-old son into this is fucked up. You should be bringing in your fucking medical records and what you've experienced in the fucking trauma you've been through, documented by a fucking psychiatrist or psychologist, not your 8-year-old son. Stop it. Your 8-year-old son shouldn't even know about this trauma online. Stop it. Holy fuck. Trigger warning on this.
Impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he ever tells her to, and to not take the time to ask questions.
The fuck? No, I'm sorry. I don't feel bad for her husband at all, dude. Step up and be a dad to this boy. What the fuck? I'm sorry, but Ruby Frankie had a lot of fucking followers too. No. This is showing her true colors. Nope. 8. Wow. This fucking triggered me right here. I don't like that, man. An 8-year-old? Let's watch that part again.
The impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he ever tells her to, and to not take the time to ask questions.
You guys remember when Ruby Frankie was exposed? Remember how nice her house was? How well dressed the kids were? Then people started questioning things. It's okay to question things, people. It really is. It really is.
The child exhibits constant fear that harm will come to mother, social withdrawal from friends, sleep disturbances, and significantly reduced appetite.
I don't like this. I'm sorry you went through that, Kat, and I'm sorry that this is watering that down. In order to prove that the appetite was reduced, right? What would a kid have to do? Lose weight? What lengths will one go to save their reputation? These are questions, not statements. We've seen some people go to very, very extreme measures to save their reputation. This is concerning. I'm going to leave that there.
Impact on employee. Grayson testified, quote, "I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty." She required psychiatric treatment for anxiety, prescription medication to sleep, constant checking of doors and home cameras, evidence of recruiting others and expanding the campaign. Respondents' own videos demonstrate systematic efforts to recruit others.
She did say in the previous stream that her son was the husband was malnourished with circles due to malnutrition. The husband.
And to expand her harassment campaign. July 19th, 2025 post, quote, "Look, this is what my stalker says. Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, one, hurt you too, or two, she hurt someone you care about, or three, she told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here," end quote.
She also said that her husband has a hard time working. Oh, she said the son had dark circles? Maybe I missed that. I thought she said that Dr. John had dark circles due to malnutrition.
July 8th, 2025.
This is Dr. John now.
Featured accomplice Sarah.
Wait, hold on. Let's
A
go
lot of my stalkers.
back. That kid thing was a lot. Let's start this part over, okay? Oh, you know what Flo said? Flo, you're so right. You said look at a person's hand for their true age. There you go. There you go, Flo. Holy fuck. You're spot on, Flo. She said the son? Oh my God. Can someone get me the timestamp of where she says that about the son? Okay, so, oh fuck. Where were we? Oh no. Oh no. Hang on. She says, let's listen to this part again.
In content. Our poor teenagers. I know just a fraction of what they feel. My world is bigger. I'm okay.
Wow. I didn't see that part. Okay, hold on. Damn it. I can't believe I lost my spot. That's the Charlie Kirk part. God, you could have at least chaptered it, Lauren. Come on. I don't think we got to this. Where were we? Can someone go back and get me the timestamp of where we were, please? I don't want to miss any of this. Thank you, body. 4:59. No, we got to 6 minutes yesterday, or 6 hours yesterday. 4:59 is the circles. Okay, thank you. Where were we though just a few minutes ago? Damn it. Hold on. 7:07. Thank you so much. God, this is confusing. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, here we go.
Trauma documents the sickness of such eagerness in the psychological cruelty of this post cannot where we were reporting and Lauren had a panic attack.
Okay, that's Grayson.
Warnings through that whole thing Matthias, clinical and forensic psychologist, who has evaluated over 500 criminals for recidivism risk, provides expert testimony about the impact. Quote,
So her husband was her expert witness? Her husband was her expert witness? Have a good day, Rye. Did we hear this part already? Oh, yeah, Jody Arias. Maybe I missed that. There's a lot in here. Having severe... Okay, so that's Grayson. Okay, here's the kid again. Okay, here we go.
the impact on my child, a secondary victim. The couple's 8-year-old son has developed an unusual sense of responsibility to protect his mother, telling her that she must promise to run to save her life if he ever tells her to, and to not take the time to ask questions. The child exhibits constant fear that harm will come to mother, social withdrawal from friends, sleep disturbances, and significantly reduced appetite. Impact on employee. Grayson testified, quote,
Okay, impact on employee. This is about Grayson, the 22-year-old Grayson.
I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty.
Maybe Grayson shouldn't be working there anymore. She's only 22. Grayson has her whole life in front of her. She doesn't need to have these feelings. You're bringing these feelings on her. What the fuck? Oh my God. I'm with her all day, every day. Why? Why? That's beyond business. I'm not with my boss all day, every day when I was working.
Grayson testified, quote, I have lived every day in complete fear, persistent anxiety, suffocating dread, and the crushing weight of uncertainty.
That's fucking toxic, Lauren. That's toxic for that young girl. Let her go. Let her go. I would not keep a girl around that was suffering like that. She said in the first part that Grayson couldn't even go to the dentist.
She required psychiatric treatment for anxiety, prescription medication to sleep, constant checking of doors and home cameras, evidence of recruiting others and expanding the campaign. Respondents' own videos demonstrate systematic efforts to recruit others and to expand her harassment campaign. July 19th, 2025 post, quote, look, this is what my stalker says. Look, I have 50 people following me, but I get way more views than that. So I know a lot of you are lurkers. And I know it's either because she, 1, hurt you 2, or 2, she hurt someone you care about, or 3, she told you about this account. Come join. The water's nice and peaceful in here, end quote. July 8th, 2025, featured accomplice Sarah.
Well, and I have to figure that the stalker's lawyer would be like, okay, where's the proof of these claims about your son? First of all, I mean, all of this stuff has to be documented, right? What? Oh, God. Tabby, me too. I already have said Ruby Frankie fooled a lot of people too. I mean, people do it. It happens.
With the caption, Quote, I'm curious if you know who I'm talking about, and if you yourself have stories to share. Don't name names in caption. Just let me know if you know. August 19th, 2025. Quote, don't forget to like and comment or engage if you are seeing this. Let's make sure this behavior is put out there in case others need the info, end quote. The July 23rd, 2025 Boise incident, coordinated physical stalking. The evidence in Boise, Idaho demonstrate how respondents' online campaign
Okay, but Snazzy, I'm sure there's other doctors or dentists. Go to a different dentist. If you don't like the dentist's wife and you think it's going to affect your treatment. But dentists and doctors are under an oath. If she went to that dentist and something happened to her, she'd really have a fucking case then. Take your power back. Fuck. Go get your teeth done. What do you think's going to happen? In a dentist's office. Let them do something. Let them do something. You'll have tons of witnesses.
Translated into real world stalking involving multiple accomplices. The courthouse confrontations. Lori screamed at petitioner for attempting to sit down. Janice continuously filmed. Lori screamed at petitioner for attempting to sit down.
What? Someone screamed at me. Or stalking me. What? Welcome to Cooterville, Patty. Come on in and close your legs. Her husband isn't reading this because he's too traumatized to be on YouTube anymore.
Janice continuously filmed petitioner and Grayson throughout the day. Multiple accomplices present. Lindsay, Janice, Lori, Sarah. The restaurant incident requiring police intervention. The escalation at dinner was witnessed by multiple parties and resulted in official police involvement. Janice filmed from outside the restaurant property, which probably implies that they planned.
We already went over this, but we'll listen to more.
This. Lori and Sarah approached petitioner's dinner table to confront her. Lindsay is seen exiting, so they could have done that. Lindsay exited, they came to the table. After leaving, they went to a restaurant across the street where they sat and waited. The petitioner agreed.
Lady Sovereign, I don't think that they are the real seven gatherers. Just like people on YouTube call me and several other creators the dark side. We're not really a dark side. Okay? Okay? We know they're not the seven gatherers of Lori Daybell. They named their group chat that out of sarcasm. How is that a threat? I had a cunt list. Is that a threat? It's not.
Grayson were so fearful they called police for an escort to their car. Officer Jacobs contacted an on-call prosecutor and took a stalking report. Susan Hendricks, who met them for breakfast the next morning, testified, quote, "It was clear to me that the two of them were in an absolute panic state and what I would describe as fight or flight," end quote. Respondents continued violations after being served. The most troubling is respondents' behavior after being served with a civil stalking injunction.
Snazzy, I'll answer your question. Trophy wife. Of course he does. Of course he does. That's why she's crashing and burning right in front of his eyes.
On
Tabby,
September
no.
4th,
I no longer have a cunt list. That was in 2018.
2025, that same evening, within hours of being served a stalking injunction, the respondent posted videos with threatening content. Whoops, you messed up, ran around, and you got caught. Whoops, you messed up.
Oh, did you know also that her husband criticized Olivia Gonsalvez's statement to Brian Koberger, which took more balls than probably either one of them have in their entire fucking bodies? How do you feel about that? He can have that opinion about Olivia, but we can't have opinions about them? Get the fuck out of here. Olivia's a real victim. Olivia looked her fucking the killer in the eyeballs. St. Elmo's fire, yeah, she admitted to spending time alone with her Missio to video things. So if he can say that about Alivia, we have more than enough room to talk about them.
Now you're going to cry about what you lost. And a comment from her accomplice, time to tell the real story. Respondent's response, quote, as you wish. September 5th, 2025, crime con violations. Despite knowing about the injunction that we all saw on that body cam footage, she knew well about it. Respondent told crime con security that she knew about the injunction, but intended to attend anyway. Officers found her at the expo near petitioner. She acknowledged to officers that her husband had sent her the order. And then after removal, she posted more
This is
threatening
about
videos,
Crime Con.
including Eminem's Worms lyrics about violence. That
Eminem's to blame too. We got Eminem, CNN, Crime Con. What else? Anjanette Levy, Prime Crime.
evening, she stood feet away from petitioner in a hotel bar with camera. Dr. John Mathias provided a professional assessment. Quote, in my expert opinion, when an individual repeatedly violates a stalking injunction, it demonstrates that not only a lack of respect for the authority of the court and the rule of law, but also clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. End quote. Third-party corroboration of impact. Multiple independent witnesses corroborate the severity of this stalking campaign. Patricia Griffith, the manager of websleuths.com.
Hold on.
Lauren is not a dramatic person.
Trisha. God love you, Trisha. Lauren is not a dramatic person. That's your opinion. Okay. I see this as being very dramatic, but let's take a little peek-see over to this tab. This is Lauren and John 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I was looking for the Brian Koberger thing. This is July 23rd, 2025. Her son's losing weight, all of these things, right? 2 months ago. She did ban the woman from Crime Con. She did. The woman got banned. It was in the first part. She showed the body cam. I'm going to find the part about Alivia, so we're going to keep playing this, but I'll look for it.
She does not exaggerate. She is professional, composed, and a truly wonderful friend. To hear the stress and fear in her voice has been devastating. Lauren lives in constant uncertainty, never knowing what horrific thing the stalker will post next on TikTok. From the Griffith affidavit. A friend of mine, that I'll leave nameless, for a 20-plus year political consultant, states this: I have personally witnessed the severe emotional toll that ongoing harassment, bullying, and stalking has had on Lauren. She has been deeply stressed, depressed, and worried about her safety, her family's safety, her reputation, and her business that she has worked so hard to build. End quote. Susan Hendricks, former CNN anchor, quote, both Lauren and myself are trained and seasoned journalists. When being trained as a journalist, you are trained to be non-emotional, to have thick skin, and to push through things. It is extremely clear to me from conversations I have had with Lauren that she has tried to remain that way, but at this point, she no longer can. End quote. Communication about an individual under Utah law. Under Utah Code 76510651 explicitly covers communications to or about an individual. The evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates communications about petitioner. Direct admissions by respondent, July 24th, quote, let me tell you, if she would have met the ex-friend of mine who I made this account to expose, she admits to making this account to expose me. August 8th. Can we talk about her own words and actions though? August 29th. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year. Search engine optimization to target petitioner. Some of the respondents' videos posted to TikTok are also tagged with my name, my husband's name, and my business name.
Again, that's the stalker in socks at the salad bar.
This means that when someone searches up my name, the respondents' videos pop up. Respondents' own statements confirm this is purely personal vendetta. A 1-year friendship. August 29th post, quote, I'm talking about this toxic person I met and knew for a year, end quote. The attempting to burn her kingdom. On a July 31st post with audio about, quote, inconvenient truths that would burn your false kingdom to the fucking ground, end quote. The August 23rd comment from Lori, again, Grayson's dentist wife, quote, burn that false kingdom down, 4 exclamation points. Professional interference. Respondent has contacted UNLV regarding husband's petition. National news producers warning against working with me. John DeLynn of Mormon Stories, colleagues, multiple colleagues in petitioner's industry, and crime victims the petitioner works with. The statutory minimum is easily met. Under Utah law requires only 2 acts for stalking. The evidence shows 53 plus TikTok videos targeting petitioner, 33 plus Instagram posts targeting petitioner, multiple physical confrontations at courthouses and restaurants, continued violations after being served with injunctions, recruiting others to participate in harassment. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act far exceeding the statutory minimum. Conclusion. Respondents' opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And number 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. The statutory language is clear. Utah Code 76.5 explicitly prohibits communications to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns. Respondents' creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of those 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah's civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence.
I need to take a palate cleanser because I'm not even fucking comprehending at this point. Would you guys like to go with me and switch gears to hear what they said about Brian Koberger and Alivia? So let's go over. I'm asking you, but I'm really going to do it anyway. This is what they said. I've never heard this before. So we're going to listen to it together. They're going to talk about Alivia's statement. Here we go. This actually, I'll give you the link to this video if you'd like to watch the whole thing. There it is, or, you know, whatever. This is 45 minutes, 55 seconds. And this was 2 months ago.
Alivia, who spoke after Steve, that's Kaylee's sister, she says, I'm angry. She tells us she's angry. She says, I'm angry. I'm shouting inside my own head and everything I could say to you. Oh, but she wasn't done. she goes on. She says, do we have the clip from Alivia?
We do
I
have
can't
it.
give you what you want. I won't offer you tears. I won't offer you trembling. Disappointments like you thrive on pain, on fear, and on the illusion of power. And I won't feed your beast. Instead, I will call you what you are. Sociopath, psychopath, murderer. I will ask the questions that reverberate violently in my own head, so loudly that I can't think straight most any.
Oh, and let me just preface that when I was scrolling through the transcript, they had already talked about Dylan and Bethany's statements. And she says, we're going to take a little break because we're switching gears. So they were going to go from empathy to criticism. I just wanted to bring that up to your attention to give full context to how they moved into this segment.
Day. Some of these might be familiar, so sit up straight when I talk to you. How was your life right before you murdered my sisters? Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your apartment? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this time. Why did you choose my sisters? Before making your move, did you approach my sisters? Detail what you were thinking and feeling. Before leaving their home, is there anything else you did? How does it feel to know the only thing you failed more miserably at than being a murderer is trying to be a rapper? Did you recently start shaving or manually pulling out your eyebrows? Why November 13th? Did you truly think your Amazon purchase was untraceable because you used a gift card? How do you find it enjoyable to stargaze with such a severe case of visual snow? Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words?
Hey, Danny. Here we go.
She doesn't stop there, by the way. So some of
She doesn't stop there, by the way.
the things she continued to say was that she said, quote, you thought you figured out the human psyche. You thought you were smarter than anyone else. You're a wannabe. You're not profound. You're pathetic. No one is impressed by you.
beat
You're
him.
pitifully average. Don't convince yourself that you matter.
Wow.
So, obviously, this is someone who's very angry, and rightfully so, by the way.
Rightly so.
And so this style of victim impact statement, which is very confrontational, is a little unusual. I mean, it's something I haven't seen too much over the years. And so, I applaud her for being so assertive and so honest. As someone who's worked with people like Kohberger, I do have concerns that this is the type of thing they thrive on.
Yeah.
This is the type of thing that like Kohberger's going to really remember, and he's going to be. This is sort of like throwing red meat, to a caged lion, right? Like,
What? Is he really saying this? That Alivia threw red meat to a caged lion. That is her fucking healing. Who even are you? Who even are you, dude? That was part of her healing. Ugh.
and red meat, to a caged lion, right? Like he's the type of guy I think that that would really feed off of this. So the question for me, looking at something like this, the question is, did I hope that it benefited Alivia? I hope she felt like this helped her, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. I just kind of have concerns that this type of response to somebody like Kohberger is precisely what he wants. And unfortunately, by the way, like,
Why are you giving Kohberger the power here? Weirdo. That's weird.
I think
You know what Alivia did was she didn't give him that power over her. Ugh. You're right, Robin. Like, who critiques people's victim impact statements? Ugh.
it
Me
when you
too,
tell
body.
someone
Body standing there all hot. Someone that he would never get telling him what a fucking piece of shit he is. Abso-fucking-lutely. And I hope he remembers it till the day he fucking croaks.
that they don't matter and they're pathetic and they're average. I mean, the problem with that to me, and I'm not detracting from the statement, the problem with that, I think, is that, obviously,
First of all, why do you have a problem with her statement? She lived through this. You think this is caring? Alivia Gonçalves' sister was annihilated with a knife. Like, unrecognizable with a knife. Why should he have any problem with her words? Weird. But they can't be critiqued. But everybody else can. But that's what I'm saying. Why can't anybody else have an opinion about her when they can have an opinion about a victim? I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it. We listened to fucking 8 hours of her talking about poo-poo words and hurt fifis. But they can critique a victim's impact statement. Got it. I got it. Abundantly clear.
the problem with that, I think, is that, obviously there's a mixed message there, right? The message is that he's obviously not average enough, or he matters enough that the whole world is talking about him, right? Like she's kind of saying to him, you're pathetic, you're a wannabe, blah, blah, blah. But on the other hand, like, everybody's watching this, like the whole world's paying attention. He's mattering now. He's mattered more tonight than he ever has. And I know people are saying, let's not give him any oxygen. Let's forget about him. Let's ignore him, right? That was a theme from today, but that's easier said than done. There's in psychology, there's something called psychological reactance, which is that when people perceive a threat to their freedom, they actually do the opposite. So this is kind of the idea. So there's been research, for example, showing that when you put up do not touch signs, people want to touch it. there's been some research, like when you.
This is his professional opinion. Dude, I'm sorry. The more I watch, the more I'm not convinced. Sorry.
When you say don't touch this, people touch it way more than they would otherwise. And that's psychological reactance. When you tell people not to do something, or you threaten them with taking away something from them, they're typically going to respond the opposite, or not always, but they may respond the opposite way, right? And so, like, so I see the value of this type of statement.
Dude, you both have issues you need to work on within yourself. Leave victims alone, man. Stop it. Just stop.
To the victim and to the victim's well-being. But I wonder about how it's going to land with Kohberger, for example, whether he's going to be affected by that.
Who cares? It helped her. It helped her. This isn't about Kohberger. Why are you making this about Kohberger? Aren't these people like, don't they help victims? What the fuck?
And I kind of wonder about the message there. You know, that if you say that someone is really average, well, clearly he's not average because he's got your attention and he's got the whole world's attention, right? Clearly you say.
Oh, wow. What? I would never have listened to this garbage. This is garbage.
Clearly he's not average because he's got your attention and he's got the whole world's attention, right?
What? Do you like, what? I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
Clearly he's not average because he's got your attention and he's got the whole world's attention, right? Clearly you say he doesn't matter, but obviously he matters because he's got our attention. We're talking about him right now. We're talking about victims. We're talking about victims because of him. And so I don't know. You know, I think time will.
Oh, so they're BK's victims. That's what he's labeling them as, Brian's victims. Listen to that again.
He's not average because he's got your attention and he's got the whole world's attention, right? Clearly you say he doesn't matter, but obviously he matters because he's got our attention. We're talking about him right now.
Nope.
We're talking about victims. We're talking about victims because of him. And so I don't know. You know, I think time will tell how something like this plays out, right? I mean, I hope for her. I hope it allows her to heal, and I hope it allows her to move past it. But I'm not sure that this is going to affect people's capacity or interest in Brian Kohberger. In fact, I would worry that this type of reaction to Kohberger actually kind of consolidates and amplifies the myth that is Brian Kohberger. The myth.
What? Holy fuck.
That, you know, in some ways, like if you tell people he doesn't matter, people become more interested in him. People want to know more about him. So
why is he laughing? I need to slow this bitch down. Town. This is fucked up.
Amplifies the myth that is Brian Kohberger. The myth that, you know, in some ways, like if you tell people he doesn't matter, people become more interested in him. People want to know more about him. He doesn't matter. People become more interested in him.
Huh?
People want to know more about him. So people that.
What fucking myth? He's a fucking murderer. He's a mass murderer.
Today, you know, that watched this that knew nothing about Kohberger, they're probably Googling Kohberger tonight.
Oh my God. Anybody who watched the sentencing already knew about Kohberger. What? They're not going to watch the sentencing if they don't know who the fuck he is.
that watched this that knew nothing about Kohberger, they're probably Googling Kohberger tonight and trying to figure out more about Brian Kohberger. So it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of, if you say,
Look at Kath. I agree, Kath. I don't care how he took it. I hope it helps her move forward. The people in the chat are more spot on.
it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of, if you say you don't want someone to get attention or you want to move on from them and then you're kind of promoting them, I worry about where that goes.
We have a question here, and it's actually my question too. Before we get into this question, though, I do want to say I empathize with Olivia, whose grief is.
I'm sure she's been reading chat. If that one pinned comment was the only one she could pin, I'm sure a lot of people in the chat, which there is no live chat for this, but I'm sure they were defending Olivia because we were all moved tremendously by Olivia's strength and courage that day.
Anger. I've had a lot of grief this last year. I didn't have a family member that was murdered. I'm not comparing my grief to hers at all.
You just did.
I'm just talking about some personal grief that I have dealt with.
God, are we going to have to start playing Lejingo? Holy fuck.
Because of a loss of a.
I watched them when they first came on the scene. It's funny how people change when you take your eyes off them for a moment.
Sibling. And I've talked a lot about it with John because I never knew that grief could be so angry. And I've felt a lot of anger this past year.
If I was the stalker, I would use that to my advantage. She just admitted that her grief has made her angry. She doesn't have the right to take out her grief anger on people who don't like her. Ugh.
I've had to talk to John about it, so.
You've had to talk to John about it. Maybe you should talk to someone and look at his face. Oh boy. She should have a counselor that's not her husband. Isn't that like a conflict? How can you be counseled by your husband?
I do understand when she stood up and she said, I am so angry. Grief is often anger, and I've learned that a lot this year. But Felicia is saying this, and I have a question for you, John. Felicia is saying,
They don't have 1 million subs. They have 300,000.
Dr. John, I am confused. Olivia said what everyone says the killer thrives on. So to deny him, in other words, to deny him the sorrow, deny the killer tears, the grief of the victim's loved ones. She's saying, isn't it true that the killer thrives on tears, grief, and we denied him that? No?
No, I disagree. I disagree. He's not thriving on grief and tears. He's thriving on attention. He might thrive on that, but he's also thriving on anger.
Why is he always looking down? That's a red flag.
He's loving it. Like he thrives on conflict. He thrives on anger. There's no easy answer here in terms of how to give a victim statement. You give a victim statement in the way that you think is the most healing for you. Whatever that is. If it's anger, acceptance, forgiveness, retribution, whatever, like that's what you should do, right? But like,
hey, Kevin,
what somebody like Kohberger thrives on is, I think, is attention. And by confronting him in that manner, you're probably giving him more attention. And again, I don't know what the right victim impact statement is. I don't know what I would have said. I'm sure I would have been angry as hell. I could relate to Steve. He was angry as hell. I'm sure I would be.
I don't think I trust anyone's advice who can't sit up straight and look me in the eye. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't give a fuck if you don't like being on camera or not. I don't, you don't have to look at the camera. You can look at the fucking computer screen. You can look at the chat. You can look at your wife. They're on together. He would be looking at his wife. Why can't he look at her and say these things? It's weird.
I don't know if I don't know if I don't know if the bailiffs would have to intervene if I'm giving a victim impact statement, because I would be so angry. But on the other hand, like, I know a guy like Koberger is going to feed off of this type of emotion. He's going to feed off of all these emotions, but I think more so the ones that are critical of him, more so the ones that, because at some level, if for a guy like Koberger, at some level, in his mind, he doesn't think.
Krama, that's a really good point. No wonder people checked his credentials. If I saw this, I'd be wondering too. Why are you criticizing a victim? This is fucking weird.
That's accurate. You can say he's not smart, but he thinks he is. Like, he's always going to think he is. You're not, like, in many ways, for him, you're just being more provocative. You can say he's pathetic. You can say he's average. He knows he's not, or he thinks he's not.
Why is he so angry about this? Oh, God. Robat, are you here? I'm gonna pass out. I'm gonna pass out. I can't. The lack of empathy is crazy to me. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I need a fan on.
I mean, he got caught. That's true. But he was a really good student, and he was praised up and endlessly by his professors. He was getting his PhD. I mean, he had really poor social skills, but like, he was always the top of his class. He was always getting the best grades. Like, getting caught, I mean, in his mind's like, getting caught doesn't mean he's average. It just means he pulled off something that most people couldn't pull off.
What?
Best grades, like, getting caught, I mean, in his mind's like, getting caught doesn't mean he's average. It just means he pulled off something that most people couldn't pull off.
Dude, killers get caught every fucking day. What? She nodded in agreement.
And he's going to think, hey, I pulled this off. I was always the best student, right? He's not going to think of himself as average just because, somebody tells him he's average, or somebody's critical of him, or somebody belittles him. I don't think it's going to change his perception of himself. In fact, I think it's just going to make him angrier, and it's going to feed his narcissism, right? And so if the goal here was to shame Koberger, and if the goal here was to somehow put Koberger in his place, I mean, this family doesn't have to worry about that because he's going to do multiple life sentences. So the judge took care of that for them. But if the goal is to,
why is he so worked up? Good Lord. Yep. Hellfire. Yep. I think women like Alivia scare the fuck out of him. I think women like Alivia scare the living fuck out of this guy. That's my thoughts, feelings, and I can have them.
somehow, I don't know, belittle him and put him in his place. I'm not sure that's going to work for a guy like Koberger. I think it may work for this family in terms of how they want to feel and help them to express their anger in a way that's healthy. But I don't, if the end game is to like end this and make him feel ashamed and less than average, I'm not sure it's accomplishing that. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think Koberger is actually emboldened by these types of statements, and he's going to go back to his cell tonight because he's still in jail. He's going to go back to his cell and he's going to think, wow, I did great.
What is going on? What is going on?
I really inflame these people. Like, man, I'm something special. But I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know Koberger. I haven't talked to him, obviously. So, but I know people like Koberger, and I know after hearing these types of things, they're actually quite empowered by it. So I don't know.
Right. And as C. West says, Olivia's words were cathartic for her and for a whole lot of people that watched it.
Mhm.
And that's what is important, not that fool. We agree.
Yeah.
We concur.
Right. Exactly. I think for her, for Olivia.
See, people in the chat were pissed. They were defending Olivia. Thank you, Not That Karen, for your super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying.
Olivia and Steve and the family, it matters a lot. And for the community, for the people listening, it matters a lot. But
to me, it doesn't matter.
But in terms of I think there's a paradoxical effect here, which is that if we want to, the judge said this towards the end, and the prosecutor said this basically, let's forget about Koberger and move on, right? You're asking us to forget about something. I think if that's the goal, unfortunately, I think.
Okay, you're talking about the prosecutor now. This is Alivia Gonsalves. She didn't give a fuck what the prosecutor said. It was her sister in that bed surrounded by blood. Actually, her sisters. Oh my God, I'm fuming. To hear this girl for 9 hours talk about all this horse shit back and forth with a TikToker. This infuriates me. Could you imagine Olivia hearing this? Not that Olivia would give a fuck. But if Olivia had thin skin, like this one, it would bother her. I cannot. I'm sorry. I need to take a little breather. Idaho was probably one of the worst cases I've ever seen. This motherfucker triggered me. I don't get triggered very easily. I don't. Pass the root beer. Thank you, Kels, for 15 months, and I love your ass too. Oof. Reading all of those documents on what happened to those girls. Watching Kaylee's parents. Huh. I have no words.
Move on, right? You're asking us to forget about something. I think if that's the goal, unfortunately, I think these types of statements, although they can be cathartic to the victim and to the audience in the short term and the long run, these types of things I think tend to only enhance the mythology of a serial killer like Koberger. They kind of feed the mythology of this guy. They feed interest. Potentially.
He sure doesn't look too afraid of the camera now. For whoever said, oh, he doesn't like being on camera. Y'all. He's not simply saying anything, Nessie. He just attacked Olivia Gonsalves' victim impact statement. And I'm allowed to have feelings about it. Because I read all those documents.
Thank you, Olivia, though, for expressing your anger, your grief, and what so many are feeling.
So that's the final thoughts.
Thank you, Olivia, though, for expressing.
Though. Thank you, Olivia, though. Even though it pumped Koberger up, thank you for expressing your thoughts and feelings. Sorry. Not sorry. Alivia is a victim. Thank you, Miss Pines. Thank you for showing the whole picture. Oh, we're not done with the whole picture yet, but always on point. Because we're going to do a whole nother live where we're going to cover Christina.
Your anger, your grief, and what so many are feeling. I believe. She nailed Koberger, that's for sure. I see you looking at your notes.
Yeah, let me move on. Let me move on to
Thank you, Body Moving. I'm so angry right now. We need Froggy. Where's Van Dushin? We need Van Dushin because I need to laugh. I just don't think that victim impact statements should be up for criticism by anybody. I mean, what the fuck? You want to talk about exploitation? I don't know. Whatever. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother you. You must have the same numb feelings towards it then.
Jeff, Xana's dad.
Okay.
Wow. Blackhawk, we agree on something. All right, that's the end of the Olivia segment. We're going to go back to this. We are at 7 hours and 18 minutes, people.
The statute's inclusion of communications about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent.
Tammy, that's an interesting take. If he was getting these rumors sent to him, and I say rumors because I don't know what she did or didn't do. Kalina, welcome to Cooterville. Thank you for joining. You have such a beautiful name. I'm going to say that to you every time now. What was I just responding to? Hold on. Hold the phone. What was I just responding to? Because I had a thought. Let me go back and look. Oh, Tammy Murphy. He's really angry at his wife, but he's taking it out on Olivia. So if the rumors that she was cheating and stuff and she's been away from home a lot were true, I could see where that, whether it's true or not, could put definitely a strain on, you're thinking if he's hearing rumors, right? Because she hasn't been home, right? So just like anybody, you're going to think in your head, could this be true? It's going to weigh on your mind. It's going to affect you one way or the other.
Exactly what the respondent has done here. Conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protections.
I'm sorry if you got triggered. I did too. Whew, just take a deep breath. It'll be okay. Buddha Girl, thank you for your super chat. There's a reason why Lauren has people that don't like her. Look at the way she treats victims. Thank you for your super chat.
The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse. It is not. It is targeted harassment using ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. And the First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate suicide. Respondent's creation of accounts solely to expose her ex-friend her recruitment of others to join the campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, and her brazen violations of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect. Patricia Griffith summarized it best. Manager to Web Sleuths. Thank you, Tricia. Quote, criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong. End quote. We don't cancel people here. We don't harass people here.
This debacle was easily compartmentalized because I didn't even know that's her husband when I watched that. So does that tell you anything about their energy? Does that tell you anything about their chemistry together? I mean, I never liked their chemistry, so I never watched them. But I did watch them when they first came on the scene, like I said. What? That's weird scene.
We do support people here. Go subscribe to Web Sleuth. Thank you, Tricia.
Wait, what? Oh, that was Trisha's whole statement? Oh, fuck. I didn't even realize that. That was Trisha from Web Sleuth's entire statement. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I didn't even comprehend her statement.
Harmful and flat out wrong. End quote.
I think he is, Crimes. That's my guess. That's totally my guess.
We don't cancel people here. We don't harass people here. We do support people here. Go subscribe to Web Sleuth. Thank you, Tricia.
Go subscribe to Web Sleuth. This is killing me. No, Trisha did a live last night. She defended her. She stands by her side. And that's fine. That's fine.
The court must reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior.
A forensic psychologist? Who's the forensic psychologist? Is he forensic? I'm wondering, guys, this is just a thought. Body, let me know what you think of this. Do you think, I didn't see forensics and when she read his resume. Okay, forensics wasn't in the resume. But do you think, body moving, that this video is so long that she never thought people would actually sit through it all? Or do you think that she thought that people would? What do you think? Yeah, you can't trust bios on websites. That's why people make phone calls to verify things. It's called fact checking.
With clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. End quote. For the foregoing reasons, I'm still going, for the foregoing reasons, petitioner respectfully requests that this court, 1, reject respondents' public figure defense as legally irrelevant. Number 2, find that respondents' documented campaign of 53 plus videos and 33 plus posts and multiple physical
Barking at the Moon doesn't even know who this is. She says this person sounds like BJ, only more eloquent. Oh, I need to go I need to go turn on my fan.
confrontations constitute stalking under Utah law. And 3, convert the temporary injunction to a...
You know who I love the most that come in my chat about this are the ones that don't know who the fuck she is. Because you're the most unbiased. I want your comments. I want your thoughts. I want your opinions because you haven't been socially manipulated yet.
permanent civil stalking injunction. 4, refer this matter for criminal prosecution based on the documented violations. 5, award such other relief as the court deems just and proper. The evidence demonstrates not just a pattern of harassment, but an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety.
I'm not down with weaponizing children. Even if her child was affected, leave him out of this. Leave him out of this. Your evidence should be enough proof to get a RO. You don't need to bring your 8-year-old into this to get an RO. If your evidence itself doesn't speak that you're getting stalked, leave the kid out of it and drop. Well, obviously she dropped the whole thing, but what the fuck?
Is just and proper. The evidence demonstrates not just a pattern of harassment, but an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and an employee to require psychiatric medication.
Oh my God. So now we know that Grayson is on medication? Dude, do you have no shame, lady? What fucking meds are you on? How dare you put Grayson on blast like that? Wow. Wow. This bitch would not be my boss anymore. Grayson, you're being used, babe. Oh my God. The 8-year-old and the 22-year-old employee. No, she got it. Grayson agreed to do it. Thank you, Flo. Get off the road and stay with your kids. Stop it. Brianna, I'd never heard of her before yesterday. I can tell if she's an innocent woman who came across. I can't tell if she's an innocent woman who came across a set of BHB Beach clones or if she is the clone. Beginning to wonder why the previous employee dug like she did. I'd probably want to see her text too if she was my boss. But she found a weak one, seems like.
But an escalating campaign that has caused a mother to tell her husband she wanted to die, an 8-year-old child to live in fear for his mother's safety, and an employee to require psychiatric medication. The court must act to protect this family from further harm. Signed Sunday, September 21st. And then what happened? As I prepared to go to this hearing, a media request. I couldn't see who it was. I thought maybe it was a small YouTuber. Like, there's no way. This is a civil stalking injunction. Do you want to know why abusers don't get out of abusive situations?
Wait a minute. This has nothing to do with DV, girl. Stop it. This woman has crossed more than fucking one boundary for me.
Know why abusers don't get out of abusive situations where there's coercive control and intimidation? Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction, true crime community? Really, anyone, small or big? Small or big? Why are we sending media requests to a civil stalking injunction where there's a victim claiming to be stalked? Why? Why would any of us do that? I didn't know who it was. And this is what my attorney sent back. I need water. I can't believe we're still going.
Oh my God. Is this for real? Was this for real?
Here we go. I find out there's a media request at my little civil stalking injunction here in Utah, where I'm trying to help my family. I'm trying to get out of coercive control, intimidation, and threats. And there's a media request and threats. My family. I'm trying to get out of coercive control, intimidation, and threats. And there's a media request. And so, my attorney Daston responds. Petitioner, through
Daston. She said Daston. Every time she mentions her damn attorney. Daston.
counsel, hereby objects to the unspecified, unverifiable media request. It was unverifiable, by the way, and it was unspecified. No one could figure out who it was. Unspecified, unverifiable media request for attendance at the evidentiary hearing scheduled for October 16th, 2025, and for access to court records in this matter. They wanted all the court records that I just read today. That's why I read them. That's why I've been on a live for 7.5 hours. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. That's what I do when I come to this.
Oh my God. Really, lady? This is fucking too push the light again. Stop. Stop this right now. Me too. Daston on a romance novel cover. Yo. This is off the charts. Wild.
Matter. They wanted all the court records that I just read today. That's why I read them. That's why I've been on a live for 7.5 hours. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. That's what I do when I come to this state. I'm with my dying mother. But instead, I am here doing a 7.5 hour.
Girl, your priorities are fucked up. Priorities are fucked up. I'm getting really like antsy here. Don't blame me, Eve.
Hours. I could be with my mother on hospice right now. That's what I do when I come to this state. I'm with my dying mother. But instead, I am here doing a 7.5 hour live, reading all the court docs because everybody wants them.
What? Because everybody wants them? That comes before your mom? Yikes.
And so I'm going to read them because I am going to protect my family and myself, and I'm not going to let this continue any longer.
Well, then you should have went through with the fucking hearing. Huh? You should have went through with the fucking hearing and then went to see your mother. Nobody wanted your court documents. No one even knew they existed. Oh my God.
Reading all the court docs because everybody wants them. And so I'm going to read them because I am going to protect my family and myself, and I'm not going to let this continue any longer. And so this unverified, unspecified media request comes in, and I have to say, no way. So, as a reminder, the court has found cause to issue a temporary civil stalking injunction containing specific no contact orders, including some limits on respondents' online social media activity targeting the petitioner and others. It was entered and served on respondent in September 2025. However, the respondent violated the court order within 24 hours. She then repeatedly violated it 5 more times between September 5th and 7th. Each violation constitutes a criminal offense. This case involves ongoing stalking, harassment, threats, and defamation by respondent against petitioner and her family, which includes her 8-year-old child.
Oh my God. I can't wait till Beej reviews this. I'm so here for it. I am so here for them being on the same screen at the same time. For real. And you know what? People are like, you know, you have balls talking about her, you know, with Jay for Justice, da-da-da. Aren't you? You're putting your true crime channel at risk. That was a comment I deleted this morning, that I'm putting my true crime channel at risk because I'm reviewing this. And I can't remember what the fuck I was going to say. Never mind. It was very profound though. Oh, about BJ. But I don't know why that was related. But anyways, I lost my train of thought. She's got my brain discombobulated. But both on the screen. Come on.
Child. Supposedly, the court received an ambiguous, unspecified media request seeking to attend the October 16th, 2025 evidentiary hearing on
I make a promise to you that if that happens, thank you so much for gifting 5, Penny. If that happens, if we have them both on the screen and Beej is reviewing it, it's not the pot, Lady Sovereign. Well, it might be. Maybe the fact I have a headache and I haven't eaten all day. Could that be it? Maybe. I promise that I'll make the screen half and half, and I will decorate it accordingly for each side. Thank you so much again, Penny.
Petitioner's request for a permanent civil stalking injunction and to access for basic information about the request, who made it and when, has not been provided. They wouldn't even provide us with who and what.
Oh.
In addition to the reasons set forth hereinafter, permitted an unspecified, unverifiable media request.
Yes,
given
Kels.
the private classification of this case and the now criminal nature of the respondent's conduct, deprives the petitioner a reasonable opportunity to verify or properly challenge an authentic.
Bajingo, or not Bajingo, but Beej is going to review this and go, yes, yes. Do you know how many times we'll hear her validating herself? Yes, yes. I wondered that too, Body. I pondered that thought last night. Am I just desensitized to this crap? But for real, Body, I didn't start following any drama on this platform until Beej. So I can't say I'm necessarily desensitized, but could Beej have desensitized me? But I don't think so. I think our gut feelings are right.
Or necessity. Petitioner will be required to testify in detail about traumatic incidents of stalking, harassment, and threats. This testimony will necessarily include specific dates, times, and locations where respondents stalked or confronted petitioner, details of petitioner's daily routines, residence, workplace, frequented locations, petitioner's current location, safety measures, security protocols, the nature and content of threatening communications, the emotional and psychological impact of respondents' conduct on the petitioner's husband and their 8-year-old son. Personal and intimate details.
PJ is already saying hers is worse than Lauren's.
About petitioner's life, relationships, activities, media attendance, and coverage may place petitioner at immediate physical risk, chill petitioner's willingness to testify fully and truthfully, re-traumatize the victim and her family, enable respondents' continued harassment through public dissemination. Yeah, that's what I want. Like, let's make this go viral, everyone. Like, what are we doing? And constitute an egregious invasion of privacy, all while serving no compelling public interest. I don't want to be here on this live. This is an invasion of my privacy. I have no choice. My hands have been tied. And here I am. A legal standard.
Right, Body. I've put it together with my personal experiences being a creator. And it's like, I've been through a lot of shit that was definitely not fun. So like, if she was literally coming on here and like owning shit, like, oh my God, like I had to own the cunt list. Like I had to come live and go, you know what, you guys, I have to admit we had a cunt list and I apologize if you ended up on it. I'm a newbie here. Like I didn't know that this would get out. It was like kind of a, running joke. I'm new to this thing. Da 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 da. You own it. You own it and you apologize. But see, in the professional business world where she's friends with, real reporters that work for real entities, she can't do that because it doesn't matter. Professionals don't want to be aligned with that. So she's fucked. She's fucked. If she owns it, she's fucked. If she doesn't, she's fucked. So she's trying to save it, in my humble opinion.
A presumption and authority to close hearings. While Utah courts operate under a general presumption of openness, this presumption is not absolute. Courts possess inherent authority to close proceedings when necessary to protect compelling interests, including victim safety and privacy. That's absolutely true. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4202 specifically recognizes that records of hearings closed to the public are classified as private. Permanently, if the
Michelle, that's me speaking over here. Jay, that's me. What'd you say? My language? It is what it is, lady. It is what it is. I mean, you just got done listening to her. This is me talking, by the way. Michelle, you just listened to a lady talk about extracting her brother's sperm, but cunt list offends you? Okay.
Hearing is not traditionally open to the public and public access does not play a significant positive role in the process, or if the hearing is traditionally open to the public until the judge determines it is possible to release the record without prejudice to the interests that justified the closure. This rule acknowledges the court's authority to close hearings when compelling interests.
J is for justice. It's J. It's justice if you're nasty. Ooh. Brianna, thank you for the $5. If you really fear something going viral, of course, you immediately live stream it to 300,000 people. Who is this chick? Jesus, Lord, in the name of God Almighty. Always groovy. Thank you for your super chat. Okay, that's it. Yunkle. And what, Yunkle? Doing this instead of being with a sick mom. I'm gobstopped with these entitled shit stirrers. Thank you for your super chat. And she did not say she extracted it. I said she discussed extracting it. Okay, I didn't say she extracted the shit. Don't put words in my mouth. You're going to have me on the next fucking hidden crime episode. I don't want to be on her episodes. Stop. You like that? It's Jay. It's justice if you're nasty. Listen, I didn't say that she extracted it. Stop spreading falsehoods. You're going to get me sued. You're a liability at this point. Get her out of here.
Outweigh the presumption of openness. Electronic media coverage. Utah Code of Judicial Administration Rule 4401-01 establishes a presumption that electronic media coverage shall be permitted in public proceedings. However, the judge may prohibit or restrict such coverage if the judge finds that the reason for doing so are sufficiently compelling to outweigh the presumption. Rule 4401-01 requires the judge to consider factors including 1, the privacy rights of all parties and participants; 2, the difficulty of effectively concealing from the jury evidence, documents, or exhibits not admitted into evidence; 3, whether coverage will cause harm to any participant; 4, whether coverage will significantly distract participants or impair the dignity of the proceedings; and 5, whether coverage will interfere with the fair administration of justice. Rule 4401-01 mandates that if a judge prohibits or restricts coverage, the judge shall make particularized findings orally or in writing on the record. Rule 4401 requires that any reason found sufficient to prohibit or restrict electronic media coverage shall relate to the specific circumstances of the proceeding rather than merely reflect generalized views or preferences.
I am getting so close to being over this whole thing right here. We still have another hour and a half.
C, balancing test for court records. When determining whether to allow access to court records, Rule 4202-04 requires the court to A, make findings and conclusions about specific records, B, identify and balance the interests favoring opening and closing the records, and C, if the record is ordered closed, determine there are no reasonable alternatives to closure sufficient to protect the interests favoring closure. Rule 4202 recognizes the following interests served by non-public court records: 1, to protect personal privacy; 2, to protect personal and public safety; and 3, to protect non-parties participating in the court process, such as victims and witnesses. The evidentiary hearing should be closed to unverifiable, unauthenticated media.
Oh, Raw, if you like this coverage, you'll love my beach coverage. Make sure you're subscribed and click the little bell, because we play Bajingo.
Your requests. Media attendance could place petitioner in immediate physical danger. The evidentiary hearing will require petitioner to testify about specific details that would enable respondent to locate, access, and harm petitioner, her family, and her 8-year-old child. Current location information. Petitioner must testify about recent stalking incidents, which will necessarily reveal current residence, areas, workplace, vicinity, routes traveled, and locations frequented.
Her cadence, though. Oh my goodness. Do you guys need a little palate cleanser? Just real quick. Just real quick. You won't regret it. I have to stop the whole stream when I'm on StreamYards to do that. But there we go. How's that? Everybody laugh, get up, stretch your arms and legs. Take a deep breath, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stand up. 7th inning stretch, y'all. 7th inning stretch. Hold on. Let's see if I've got some music, because this is making me batty. Let's see. What do we got here? Here we go. This is for you, Karen. Stretch it out, y'all.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Okay. Woo! Did you guys shake it off? Shake off all those emotions? Whew. Nice little break. Feel better? I feel much better. Are you guys ready to continue? That cat, though. I'll never forget that meme. It's been around forever. The hair on it always cracked me up. All right. Here we go.
This information would provide respondent with actionable intelligence to continue stalking. Daily routines and patterns. To establish the stalking pattern, petitioner must describe daily activities, schedules, and routines. This testimony creates a roadmap for future stalking. Safety measures taken. Petitioner will likely testify about protective measures implemented. Public disclosure would undermine these efforts and expose security vulnerabilities. Witness and support system information. Testimony may reference family members, friends, colleagues, or others who have witnessed incidents or provided support. Media coverage could expose these individuals to harassment, you think, and enable the respondent to infer petitioner's location through them. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, and let me explain, this is not an ordinary court proceeding. This is a civil stalking injunction where there is a victim being stalked. That is not for media. Media doesn't cover that. I've been in the media for years. Never in my years does anyone ever cover such a thing. I can't believe it. Unlike ordinary court proceedings where safety concerns are abstract, stalking cases present immediate, concrete.
Raw botulism said, Raw, just remember, Daddy was here with you all along.
Danger.
Oh, you know what's weird? Someone commented in my comment section and said something about, like, I hope you're never stalked, and spelled it STOCKED. Thank you, Just Me, Sue. You're the best as well.
The very information necessary to prove stalking is the same information that enables continued stalking. Media presence would chill petitioner's testimony and chill petitioner's testimony and deny due process. Yeah, it would. And you know what? It did. It did. After it was approved, I felt I had no choice but to withdraw my stalking injunction. So did it have a chilling effect on me? Seeking justice, seeking safety from the court, seeking protection? It did. It did. The psychological impact. Hold on. Tell me anything else. Psychological impact. Requiring a stalking victim to recount traumatic experiences while media representatives observe and take notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness that these intimate details will be broadcast or published creates severe.
There we go. This is the bing bong. All right, we're going to slow it down just a little bit. Because I think this is what she's truly afraid of, because she's truly said something bad. Like, if you didn't say anything bad, release my text. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? You're telling on yourself and making yourself look stupid in the process.
Notes is re-traumatizing. The awareness that these intimate details will be broadcast or published creates severe psychological distress. Yeah, and let me remind you, civil stalking injunctions are often victims that are being abused. It's domestic violence. It's fear. It's coercive control.
Which you're not. So stop it.
It's domestic violence. It's fear. It's coercive control. Again, I cannot believe that any media would be requesting to be in there.
But yours wasn't.
It's beyond, it is so unfathomable to me. Incomplete testimony. Fear of public exposure will cause petitioner to self-censor. Yeah. Omitting details that are embarrassing, humiliating, or too personal to share publicly, even if those details are crucial to establishing the stalking pattern. This directly impairs petitioner's ability to meet the evidentiary burden. The chilling effect, this is important, and not just me, but on future victims. For those of you coming forward thinking you need protection, the chilling effect on future victims Media coverage of victim testimony in stalking cases sends a message to other victims that seeking legal protection means public exposure to their trauma, deterring victims from accessing the justice system. Fundamental fairness. Respondent has chosen to engage in stalking conduct that necessitates these proceedings. Petitioner should not be forced to choose between legal protection and privacy. The victim should not bear the additional burden of public scrutiny while seeking protection from harassment. The hearing involves highly sensitive.
How do I know what, Mutu? I'm willing to answer your questions. You don't have to be a smartass. What? How do I know what? Thank you, Brihanna, for your super chat. I now dub this the ex parte secret. RO didn't work. They know what I'm doing. Run the spoken sequel. Thank you, Brianna.
And intimate personal detail. The testimony will include, and you've heard it here because I felt they've had no choice. But the testimony will necessarily include details of respondents' obsessive behavior and unwanted content of threatening, harassing, and sexually explicit communications, impact on petitioner's emotional and psychological well-being, potentially including mental health treatment, changes to petitioner's life, lost employment opportunities, disrupted relationships, relocated residence, and altered daily routines.
She did show the media request in the beginning. Do you guys remember what the timestamp was again about the kid in the dark circles? I forgot. Was it 1 hour 39 or 1 hour 49?
Personal relationships and intimate details respondent has used to harass or manipulate, and the financial impact and economic hurt.
I think Law and Crime, witnessed the behavior, and they wanted to see everybody to see both sides,
which I've avoided. These matters go to the core of personal dignity and privacy. They are not matters of legitimate public concern. They are. None of this that you are watching tonight is a matter of your public concern until all of a sudden I realized I don't know.
No, if you read the media request, it said video. There's different boxes you choose for what you want to record, whether it's still, audio only, or video. They wanted to video it.
Who's going to protect me, and I need to make all of this known. 4, media coverage would enable respondents' ongoing campaign of harassment. Respondent has demonstrated a pattern of harassing behavior, privately and publicly, despite petitioner's request not to be contacted, including threats to expose her, to burn her kingdom to the fucking ground, and to put her head on a platter.
She's now said that 3 or 4 times. That's her big thing right there. The head on the platter. That's what it was.
And publicly?
No, I don't know her goodbye letter. I've never watched her.
Despite petitioner's request not to be contacted, including threats to expose her, to burn her kingdom to the fucking ground, and to put her head on a platter. More recently, the respondent's behavior has escalated, including 6 blatant violations of the temporary protective order on September 5th through 7th, 2025, and even attempts to incite others to violence through multiple social media accounts
I need Clues violin.
Created for the sole purpose. Media coverage would provide respondent with 1, court-sanctioned details to incorporate into defamatory posts and communications. 2, additional platforms to disseminate the harassment,
Thanks, Kels.
news articles, social media sharing, perceived legitimacy by associating harassment with news coverage, permanent searchable internet records linking petitioner's name to these allegations, and specific quotes from petitioner's testimony to exert, mischaracterize, and weaponize. This is not speculative. This is the predictable continuation of the respondent's established, documented conduct. This court's proceedings should not become a tool for the abuser. No compelling public interest justifies media attendance, but certainly the attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media. No compelling public interest. The media has not been identified nor articulated and cannot articulate any specific public interest that outweighs petitioners' fundamental rights to safety and privacy. This case does not involve public officials or government accountability. This case does not involve matters of significant public concern or policy debate. I actually believe it does now. The fact that media in our true crime community is requesting access to civil stalking injunctions, now that is public concern and policy debate.
What?
The fact that media in our true crime community is requesting access to civil stalking injunctions, now that is public concern and policy debate. But my case is not. Systematic public concern and policy debate. But my case is not. Systematic issues requiring public oversight, allegations of judicial misconduct, or novel legal questions of widespread importance. Any general interest in court transparency or public proceedings is adequately served by 1, the public document showing that proceedings are occurring, 2, public portions of the record, case history, judgments, orders, 3, the ability of parties to discuss the outcome publicly if they choose, and 4, the resulting written order, which will be public. The presumption of openness does serve important purposes. However, none of these purposes requires permitting attendance of unauthenticated, unverifiable media at the victim's traumatic testimony in a stalking case. Moreover, stalking injunction hearings are not proceedings where public act.
She also just gave the stalker all of her evidence. So if the stalker, who she's been called a stalker now throughout this whole life, wanted to go for defamation, because if the stalker has proof that the things she said are true, Lauren can also be sued. And now she knows what the evidence is that she has.
This plays a significant positive role in the process. That's Rule 4202. These are
and that she's put it out publicly. I feel like that could be part of any questioning that may arise if the stalker were to sue her in a civil suit.
Protective proceedings designed to safeguard victims. They are not public forums for debate, or as I say, tools for abusers. Electronic media coverage must be prohibited, even if the court were inclined to allow some media presence, which petitioner respectfully urges against. Electronic media coverage must be absolutely prohibited. There are privacy rights of the victims, requires consideration of the privacy rights of all parties and participants. Petitioners' privacy rights are at the apex of this proceeding. I agree. Electronic recording would create permanent audio-video records of traumatic testimony, enable widespread dissemination beyond those physically present, allow endless replay and share.
I mean, she really is. I mean, Body, what do you think of that? Like, she's already, okay, so we know that she's had problems with Anjanette Levy, okay? So knowing that, how do we know that Law and Crime, or could they come at her because she's claiming they're the reason that she had to drop her injunction and put her family at risk? Does that make sense? Like, could Law and Crime have some kind of action against that? Not saying they would, but could they?
Sharing on social media and websites, and result in permanent searchable content associating petitioner with this matter.
Because what if something did happen to her? Do you think Law and Crime wants that on their head? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's a lot to put on them, right?
Harm to participant. Electronic media coverage will cause direct harm to petitioner.
I don't know if she got into it with Anjanette or if Anjanette just saw her behavior at CrimeCon and they've distanced, because she said she is blacklisted. And that goes for Gigi too. That works for Law and Crime. This is a Law and Crime thing.
Severe emotional distress and re-traumatization is 1. Number 2, the chilling of full and truthful testimony. Number 3, increased vulnerability to continued stalking and harassment. Exactly. Number 4, long-term psychological impact from knowing testimony is recorded. Impairment of dignity and fair administration of justice. Requiring a stalking victim to testify on camera fundamentally impairs the dignity of the proceeding and transforms a protective hearing into a spectacle. It prioritizes, this is true, this media request prioritizes media interests over victim protection. And when we start doing that in the true crime community, we have a problem. I cannot get over this. My mind is still blown. It prioritizes. If you are going to bring media into something like a civil stalking injunction, you are prioritizing media interests and your entertainment over the actual victim protection. And it undermines the very purpose of the stalking injunction proceedings. The access to the court records must be denied. The records in this case are classified. They're private under Utah Code of Judicial Administration. Thank goodness on the docket they remain private. They wouldn't have remained private had I gone forward. They would have been open to everyone. They remain private. And that designates records in protective order and stalking injunction proceedings of private. And you know why they're private on the docket right now? Because this is a civil stalking injunction. And when someone has to file that, they're a victim that needs protection and they keep them private on the docket. You cannot see them. They're private because of what this is. And so a media request is saying, make them public for us. We want to see. We want to know what's going on. Make them public. Make this fearful victim's concerns public for us to enjoy. For all of the reasons above, regarding the hearing, the underlying records contain detailed allegations of stalking incidents with dates, times, and locations, evidence of threatening communications, information about petitioner's evidence, workplace routines, personal and sensitive information about petitioner's life, witness statements, and supporting evidence. These records should remain private. My 8-year-old son. To protect my petitioner's safety, to prevent enabling continued stalking, to safeguard personal privacy and avoid providing tools for defamation. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient because even seemingly minor details provide actionable information to stalkers. The cumulative effects of partial information is dangerous. Comprehensive redaction would render records meaningless. Respondents' established pattern demonstrates any disclosure, and it creates an unacceptable risk. Required findings cannot be made to support media access. Should the court consider granting any portion of the media...
Was her 8-year-old son anywhere near these, trials she attended where she saw this girl?
Request of these rules for 202 and rule 401, it requires specific findings that the alleged media provides sufficient credentials verifying its media status. It has not done that. It never did that, by the way. We never knew who filed. It was like some discreet thing no one would tell me. Can they verify? Hold on one second.
Yeah, but her child wasn't involved in this. Her child is 8. Her child is 8 years old. I mean, he sees his parents crying. Okay, you need to have a little more self-control then. I mean, that's all there is to it. You should have enough evidence to prove you're being stalked without bringing your 8-year-old into it, period.
Stay with it. You're right. Let me get this.
Oh, her producer's setting her straight. I'm getting, you know what vibes I'm getting? Jody Hildebrandt vibes. Getting Jody Hildebrandt vibes. Do you remember Jesse Hildebrandt?
Yeah, this is important. And I want to make it very clear and help me because this is true. This is what we found out. So the media request was put in. And it's very strange that we couldn't figure out who. By the way, you know, like I said, I've worked in media, I've worked in news. We could not figure out who it was. We could not figure it out. Our attorney office called to find out who this was before writing this. And it was very strange what we learned. But the media request was given directly to administration, who gave it, directly to administration, who gave it directly to the judge, bypassing the ability for us to see who sent in the media request. Now, I have to say, I have never seen anything like that. And so we couldn't even see who sent in the media request. Yeah, we didn't even find out about it well over a week after it was even given. So we are saying this cannot happen.
Maybe the judge didn't sign off on it until then, and then it was filed in the docket, maybe? No, Mutu. No, the person did not come to their home and play with their child. The person was an employee of hers and now lives in another state. What?
For me and for other victims. For a precedent set in civil stalking injunctions to protect victims here and forever. This cannot happen. We don't even know who sent it in. There are no reasonable alternatives. Redaction is insufficient. I read that. Required
Okay, she did show it in the beginning, Body. Did you see that?
findings cannot be made to support media access to the court.
Oh, I don't know if the girl played with her, but Grayson is the one she said played with the kid. Not the stalker, Grayson. As far as I know. Grayson used to take the kid on outings, and Grayson testified to the kid's trauma responses. Grayson feels so comfortable telling, or the kid feels so comfortable telling Grayson things that she testified about it. Why even bring the kid in? No, I remember that, Miss Upper Thigh. I think that John gave her shit for being gone during trick-or-treating. And I think that's why she had to hop on a plane and go home, do the trick-or-treating thing, and go back.
Consider granting any portion of the media request. It requires specific findings that the alleged media provide sufficient credentials. Can you tell us?
Oh, I don't know about their past, okay? All I'm focused on is her stalking right now, okay? I don't give a fuck who went to the pool. That's not part of this. You know what I mean? Let's stick with what this is.
Who you are. If this is even going to be considered, the alleged media must provide sufficient credentials verifying its
Learn your lesson. Don't be friends with people like this.
media status, which it has not yet to my attorney's office, and that the media has articulated a compelling public interest. It has not.
There is way more. I agree there's way more, but we're not going to uncover it now. But we want to see if she's truly being stalked by her evidence.
The interest outweighs petitioner's safety and privacy rights. It cannot. Less restrictive alternatives are insufficient. They are not available. Specific circumstances justify deviation from the private classification. They do not exist. No such findings can be made here. For specific relief requested. Wherefore, petitioner respectfully requested this court enter a court order denying the request. Further regarding the October 16th, 2025 evidentiary hearing, closing the evidentiary hearing on petitioner's request for permanent civil stalking injunction to the media and general public, prohibiting all electronic media coverage of the hearing, including but not limited to audio recording, video recording, photography, and live streaming, limiting attendance to the hearing to the parties and their legal counsel, court personnel, witnesses while testifying, and any other necessary persons such as victim advocates, support persons, or interpreters. Making particularized findings pursuant to this rule that petitioner's privacy rights and personal safety requires closure, media attendance would cause substantial harm to the petitioner, to me. Media coverage would chill petitioner's testimony and impair the fair administration of justice. The dignity of the proceedings and protection of a stalking victim requires closure. No kidding. The reasons for closure relate to the specific circumstances.
So the stalker was once a friend? She was once a friend?
Of the stalking case. No reasonable alternatives to closure would adequately protect petitioner's interests. No compelling.
Sounds like Beeja's X200 plus mods. Mutu is just a lol cow lover.
Public interest outweighs these substantial concerns.
This is them objecting to the media being in the courtroom.
Regarding court records classified as private, denying the media request for access to court records, maintaining the private classification of all records in this manner consistent with Utah Code of Judicial Administration rule, classifying the record of the evidentiary hearing as private, making findings pursuant to Rule 4202 that the interest in protecting petitioners'
Right. I knew that they were friends and she did the graphics, but I didn't know that they met in person.
personal safety, privacy, and security substantially outweigh any public interest in disclosure. B, that there are no reasonable alternatives to denial that would adequately protect petitioners' safety and privacy concerns. And C, disclosure would enable continued stalking, harassment.
No, I never saw the love you forever note.
And defamation. Other general relief, issuing a written order with the specific findings that is required by Rule 4202 and Rule 4401. Sealing or otherwise protecting any transcripts, audio recording, or other records of the evidentiary hearing.
How do you know that the stalker was pretending? Oh, I did see the text where she professed her love. I'll love you forever. I'll always defend you. It's weird. It gives me that fucking lady's vibes. What's her name again? Jody Hildebrandt.
Granting such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper conclusion. The court should reject the unspecified, unverifiable media request. Utah's judicial administration rules recognizes that some proceedings, particularly those involving victims of stalking, harassment, and abuse, require protection from public disclosure. Specifically classified stalking injunction records as private, authorizes closure of hearings when the interest justifying closure would be prejudiced by release of the record. Rule 4401 permits prohibition of electronic media coverage when reasons are sufficiently compelling. This is precisely such a case. Petitioner seeks legal protection from a stalker, providing that protection requires petitioner to testify about traumatic experiences, reveal sensitive details, routine, location, safety, requiring this testimony to.
Wow, this must be some juicy text. Christina, release the tea.
In front of media representatives subject to recording and broadcasting would place petitioner and her family in immediate physical danger, re-traumatize the victim, chill full and truthful testimony, and enable respondents' continued campaign of harassment, transform a protective proceeding into a public spectacle, and serve no compelling public interest. The court has both the authority and the obligation to protect stalking victims who seek its assistance. The protection must include shielding victims from forced public exposure of their trauma while seeking legal relief. Signed, October 8th. That is.
Why did she say so many times, never even kissed him? Never even kissed him. That's weird.
I'm not done. That is.
Oh, fuck. She ain't done.
Me reading all the court proceedings. The court proceedings are done. But I have a.
Okay, that was all her evidence. Get your votes in before we go on with more emotional stuff. Let's get our votes in. What, JR? Lauren has a YouTube channel, 204 subs, relationship coach, helping survivors of emotional abuse and narcissistic abuse. Oh, wow. Okay. We got one more hour. And then we're going to, in the next stream, we will go over Christina's TikToks and what she has put out. Because it's only fair. All right. We're going to end the poll. Let's see what we ended with. 1,000 votes. Yay. All right. We have, do you think she's proving stalking claims? 52% say no. 24% say yes, and 24% are unsure. Fair enough. The people have spoken. Quite frankly, I don't want to know her about her abuse. I don't really want to know. I can already tell she's got issues. I don't want to know those details. Thank you, Salty. Wow. Jennifer, just kidding. Thought GB was going to do the back burner of part 1. Here we are. Who's GB? Thank you for your super chat. But I'm Jay, and it's justice if you're nasty.
A couple other things to say. I mean, I've been going live for almost 8 hours. Momsky, go on record, hidden true crime record. Left no choice but to do this. I've been going live for almost 8 hours. Momsky, go on record, hidden true crime record.
It's not a true crime record. What are you talking about? Is this a true crime stream? What are you, all right?
To say. I mean, I've been going live for almost 8 hours. Momsky, go on record, hidden true crime record. Left no choice but to do this today. So I found out yesterday that it was long crime, that they were going to be pool, and they were going to distribute my civil stalking injunction.
Here it is again. Requests for media coverage. It says Law and Crime Trial Network. She blanked out the email address. They blanked out the position in the media agency, the name of, or no, assistant manager. So whoever an assistant manager is for Law and Crime did this. And it says Lauren Matthias, and the box is checked that it says TV newspaper. The request is granted. Signed by the judge. You can see right here. It was filed on October 14th and signed by the judge on October 14th. And when you see filed, that's the clerk of court right there. Body, am I right? Hold on, let me make this big screen. Body, am I right? This is the clerk up here.
Function.
Whoops. Filed by the clerk, stamped by the clerk after the judge signs it, or stamped by the judge, he signs it, then filed. How does that work?
To all media, that it was going to be video. And I, like I said,
She said this went past the clerk, right? Isn't that what she said? That they bypassed the clerk and got this straight on the judge's desk? Right. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
I don't even know how they found out. I don't even know how it bypassed and from the administration to the judge. I have no idea what's going on. And that's been going on for months and months and months of coercive.
Oh, I see. October 1st is when they submitted it to the court. The judge didn't get around to signing it till the 14th. See that? At the very top, it says October 1st at 10:21 a.m. This was submitted to the court. The judge granted the request on the 14th.
Control, intimidation.
Well, you know who owns Law and Crime, right? Dan Abrams.
Lies, defamatory statement. I can't even keep up with all the lies about me. I don't even know right from left. I've learned that a lot of people are texting me tonight, letting me know what's going on. So thank you. If anybody knows anything, let me know. As my stalker says, her DMs are open. My texts are open. I don't answer DMs anymore because I've been changed forever through this situation. And I don't know who's recording me. I don't know who my friend is or who someone is pretending to be my friend to share my information. I don't know who to trust or who not to trust. I don't know who's telling the truth or not the truth. I'm so paranoid.
Right. Law and Crime filed it on the 1st. So I think this is the deal. Okay. Because it didn't go in front of the judge, this is what I think happened. I think Law and Crime filed that October 1st, and I think that her lawyer was trying to find out who filed the media request. And it couldn't be seen until the judge signed it. Then it was filed in the court, and she found out 2 days before. So I think that's what happened. Because the court's not going to tell her lawyer who presented it until the judge sees the shit. Right? She wanted to find out who filed it. But why the judge didn't see it for 2 weeks, I don't know.
I don't know what's fake and what's real out there. I'm not perfect. My private messages certainly aren't. But then the things that I've allegedly heard being said that I said aren't true. No one can produce anything. No one can share or produce anything.
Dan Abrams sold off?
that I deserve to be burned. I haven't done anything.
Look at Lee T. Lauren's lawyer is outstanding. It's her brother.
I'm a good person. I care about people.
You shouldn't have to tell us that. Come on. Who are you trying to convince?
That I deserve to be burned. I haven't done anything. I'm a good person. I care about people. I don't like to hurt people. When I have learned that some of my texts were going out and nobody's told me which ones, you know what I did?
Oh, shit. When I learned my texts were going out, no one told me which ones. Oh, Lord. This is the kind of shit that will keep you up at night. It will. It would definitely keep you up at night if you got some shit that could be spilled.
When I have learned that some of my texts were going out and nobody's told me which ones, you know what I did? I made a list of every, first I threw up in the bathroom and then I cried, thinking about people that could be hurt by the last 6 years of my text. I made a list of every, first I threw up in the bathroom and then I cried, thinking about people that could be hurt by the last 6 years of my text messages. And not knowing who the hell got a text message or where they are or what they are after.
There we go. Bing bong.
My producer went through 6 years. I asked who I might need to apologize to. And I sent them apologies, and not even knowing if they got anything.
Wait, what? You sent out apologies? For what? What were you apologizing about, dude? What the fuck? What are you apologizing for? What'd you say, girl?
My producer went through 6 years. I asked who I might need to apologize to. And I sent them apologies, and not even knowing if they got anything. Because I'm not perfect, but I am not evil. I am not dark.
What the fuck? No one said you were, dude. What just happened? What just happened? Did I just go through a portal? What is happening?
Because I'm not perfect, but I am not evil. I am not dark.
Was she accused of that? Because I didn't hear that in the whole thing, right? I never heard that. I'm scared.
If I have a fault that's speaking my mind very strongly, standing up to bullies, being very blunt,
You are allowed to be annoyed by annoying people. You are allowed to express how others make you feel in a private, safe manner.
not liking certain people behind the scenes, being annoyed at certain people behind the scenes, feeling suffocated maybe by certain people behind the scenes. And I don't have to share all of my inner thoughts that I might share in private texts or private DMs to everybody. So they're private. And then, which is the purpose of the group, they leave me in a state of confusion. Like I said, paranoid, reading, spending my time reading 6 years of text messages going, what did I possibly say? What could I have possibly said? But then they never show anything. Nothing's ever shown.
Oh, it's driving her crazy that she doesn't know. Oh boy, this just got deep. It's killing her because she doesn't know what was shown.
Said, but then they never show anything. Nothing's ever shown. There was, I want to point out a screenshot posted. Well, there's been a few screenshots posted on the TikTok of my stalker, which some of them are real, but there's one that's clearly manufactured.
Oh, some of them are real, but one's clearly manufactured. Let's get the FBI to analyze it. She sent out apologies. She knew exactly what she said. You don't apologize for shit you don't say. The fuck?
Which some of them are real, but there's one that's clearly manufactured.
Doopers, the lights.
They make it look like a text when it wasn't. It had a fancy, because I found it myself. Well, Grayson found it.
Girls, stop. Stop it. Stop. Grayson found it.
Are real, but there's one that's clearly manufactured. They make it look like a text when it wasn't. It had a fancy, because I found it myself. Well, Grayson found it.
Oh, leakage. You're not yourself. Grayson's not you. And stop putting the blast on Grayson. We know way too much about Grayson.
They make it look like a text when it wasn't. It had a fancy, because I found it myself. Well, Grayson found it. Grayson found this text, and it has one of those fancy backgrounds, and it's through a messenger when you can have those fancy backgrounds. We know exactly where it is, and it is the exact same verbatim, but they put it in a text form, which means they typed it out and clipped it to make it look like a screenshot. What's going on?
Huh?
Like whether
what? That doesn't even make sense.
Exact same verbatim, but they put it in a text form, which means they typed it out and clipped it to make it look like a screenshot. What's going on?
I don't get it. Can we see said? Why wasn't this in your evidence? What? The police report I have says there was no evidence of an iCloud hack or any hacks on her stuff. I showed it last night. There was no evidence, said the cop, in a police report.
Like whether someone's reading my text, and then I heard that I said something to somebody that simply wasn't true. Like I've never said that. Julie, thank you for being here. Julie,
Stop it. Most people would be mortified. You're right. But just because you're mortified doesn't mean you can get an RO on someone. That's your feelings. Being mortified.
Julie, thank you for being here.
Oh, I'll pull that up
Julie
again.
is Tammy Daybell's cousin.
Oh, fuck. More victims. She's pinned Colby Ryan. Colby Ryan. Now this Julie Brooks and Lori Vallow's cousin.
Thank you for being here. Julie is Tammy Daybell's cousin.
Tammy Daybell was murdered by her husband, Chad.
Like I've never said that. Julie, thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah, Tammy Daybell's cousin.
Julie is Tammy Daybell's cousin. Most people would be mortified to have their private texts revealed publicly. I, for one word, would. They are private. Thank you. 6 years of it. But they have done this on purpose. It's called coercive control, where it's vague threats. We've got this. We know. That Proton email was a lie. It says that I have spoke shit about multiple people I've never spoke shit about. I love Susan Hendricks. She's one of my dearest friends. I love Ashley Banfield. I love all these people they're saying that I speak terribly about. No, I don't.
Love?
So is it just a whisper campaign? Is it calls
agree,
to people? I
Bobby.
know that's happened. I've learned a few things. I've learned through some people. Some people have come forward. Thank you to the people that have come forward. I was allegedly, I told you, having an affair.
Here
with
we
an
go.
investigator on the Daybell case. On that one, I learned that I was living with somebody's brother in East Idaho. That was actually my doctor. That he got my number actually from patient records. That's always a winner. That's probably why there was only one date. What else have we heard? Oh, I stole all of my in-laws' money. That's another one. They're saying I'm a gold digger. It must be why I work so hard. Trust me, if I was a gold digger, and I married John for his wealth, I wouldn't be doing this 8-hour live right now because of the existential threat to our livelihood. You know?
No, I don't know.
I've had opinions about people, even opinions about dear friends who I care about. I might have had an opinion for them for a night. And now that's there forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a picture of Janice and others talking about me. I just learned this from thank God for amazing producers, right, Grayson? I've never expected this. She said to me, it's been a joke. She said, I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever.
Oh my God, you guys, my stomach just sunk. It's become a joke. I'm pulling up this police report. I'll keep playing until I get to it. Hold on a second, you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My husband got home. Okay. Let's go back and play that part again because I forgot what was said. We're almost done though, guys. We got an hour and we're on fast speed. So thank you for being patient.
Thank God for amazing producers, right, Grayson? I've never expected this. She said to me, it's been a joke. She said, I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever. She's laughing over there. I see all of the, thank you, Margaret. She's laughing over there.
That's kind of a weird thing, huh?
Podcast ever.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
Never expected this. She said to me, it's been a joke. She said, I thought I was coming to the cleanest podcast ever. She's laughing over there. I see all of the, thank you, Margaret. We're going to find it. They're slut shaming me for being in the bed.
Slut shaming? What? Where did this come from? I'm not dark. I'm not this, that, and the other. They're slut shaming me? For being in the bed? What?
Thank you, Margaret. We're going to find it. They're slut shaming me for being in the bed with someone I've never slept with. I mean, if I had slept with them, it would still be slut shaming. Oh yeah, so this is from the TikTok. I hate snakes. And then my stalker replies, so I hate snakes is written by Janice. And then my stalker replies, snakes, especially once you've made it into your brother's bed in the past. Yeah. Sorry, I've never even kissed your brother.
Oh. I've never even kissed him. What? Were you in the bed? Were you in the fucking bed? You didn't say you weren't in the bed. You said you didn't kiss his ass. What's going on? What? I bet you think this song is about you. You're so vain.
I hate snakes is written by Janice. And then my stalker replies, snakes, especially once you've made it into your brother's bed in the past. Yeah.
Why would you think that's about you?
Sorry, I've never even kissed your brother.
What?
And if I had, I'd own it. I don't know why I'd hide it. If I lived with them, I'd own it. You know, no harm, no foul.
Have you met her brother?
I'm a pretty open book. I mean, you guys want to ask me questions? I'm pretty honest, pretty open book.
What? Open book, then release your texts. Okay, we'll go back to the slut shaming and I will just let it play, okay? We laugh and then we slut shame. Ready? You want to see what the stalker looks like? Here's her TikTok.
They told you to shrink yourself, didn't they? To make yourself small.
In the summertime, driving up the west coast.
I mean, obviously you don't know the case law off the top of your head.
This is her stalker. She's fucking in her 20s, dude. She's a TikToker. She has a pop figure on her phone. This is the stalker.
I have an officer calling me. Stalking something is the law. And
There you go. That's the stalker.
Ever. She's laughing over there. I see all of the, thank you, Margaret. We're going to find it. They're slut shaming me for being in the bed with someone I've never slept with. I mean, if I had slept with them, it would still be slut shaming. Oh yeah, so this is from the TikTok. I hate snakes. And then my stalker replies, so I hate snakes is written by Janice. And then my stalker replies, snakes, especially once you've made it into your brother's bed in the past. Yeah. Sorry, I've never even kissed your brother. And if I had, I'd own it. I don't know why I'd hide it. If I lived with them, I'd own it.
What?
No harm, no foul. I'm a pretty open book. I mean, you guys want to ask me questions? I'm pretty honest, pretty open book. It doesn't mean I tell everyone everything the first time I meet them. And it does mean that sometimes people think they know me better than they really do. But I don't pretend to be someone that I'm not. I am who you guys see. I have a couple more things. So here,
yeah, but you don't look like the same person that we saw when you first came on the scene. I think that's what everybody's been commenting on. for the last 8 hours. Right?
Here's another lie. What else do you do? I'm a gold digger. Oh, yeah. So, by the way, when I met John, he'd been working at a nonprofit for 10 years.
No, not Christina's brother, Janice's brother, who Janice doesn't even have an RO.
Gets himself a PhD. God bless him. The guy so altruistic and so empathic.
Hold on. I'm the youngest of 6. My brother is 15 years older than me. You can't, that doesn't make sense. We don't know how old the brother is just because she's in her 20s.
That he's just working at a nonprofit. It's wonderful. I love him. I did not marry him for his money. So
why didn't she deny being in a bed with this guy? I didn't kiss him. I didn't kiss him. You don't have to kiss to do things. What is going on here? I didn't even kiss him. Maybe she's not a kisser. I don't know. What's going on?
I want to play a video. Why am I playing this video? Oh, yeah. So let me tell you, Shelly, thank you. I saw you earlier. It's so good to see you, dear friend. The first conversation ever was you warning me about things years ago. It's good to see you. So, Shelly, just, I'm going to stop. I'm seeing all of them come. I'm trying not to be distracted by chats, but I'll get to chats. I really will. For those that have stayed with me this long, we will talk. Is there anything tangible we can do to help you fight this? Do not go unsubscribe to anyone. Do not go bully anyone. Do not go harass anyone. Be careful with your words online. Have empathy. Have compassion. Be forgiving. Learn about what evidence means. And be kind. That's what everyone can do. All right. So one more video. Like, this just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I told you that there was a guest on my channel years ago. She did a great job. She was my friend. Her name's Lori Hallis. I brought her up. So John and I start our podcast.
Okay, so this is the background on Lori Hellis. I didn't know who Lori was till yesterday. So here we go.
John's not ready for YouTube. I start doing a lot of interviews and investigating on my own. And I start my YouTube channel really kind of without John. He appears occasionally. And I start having guests on. And I learned that Lori Hellis is writing a book, and she's great. She's kind, and she's a legal expert. So when they're during the Daybell case, when there are legal stuff that I don't understand, I have her on. She jumps on my channel. She's so great to do that. So nice. And then, I stopped using guests as much in general. And John finally was like, I'm ready. We've got to make sure that we stick to our brand, which is you and me. And we're going to move forward in psychology, and we don't want to get too law tube. We just started doing John and me. Thank you, Megan. It's good to see you. And we both, I need to get my hands off the chat. I haven't been doing chat tonight. I need to not start out. Sorry. Okay. I'm out. We were fighting over pinning the chat. Okay. And, so she started her own YouTube channel. I was very happy and proud for her. And I promoted it. And I believe that I helped her get her, many followers, thousands of subscribers by promoting it. Everyone was excited. They got to know her on my channel. And a few minutes later, she did complain publicly on her YouTube platform that she suspected that we had purposely changed our time to hurt her. YouTube. It made me very sad to see that public comment from her that she'd posted publicly on her YouTube comment, because I had considered her a friend, and I had tried to help her, and it made me feel really sad when I learned that she had felt we were trying to hurt her business. I haven't talked to her well before then. There have been some exchanges, but it's always been through our attorney responding to her, and that's all I'll say. But she and my stalker were hitting it off at CrimeCon, which is, again, my stalker's MO is contacting everybody in my past that might have a beef with me. I mentioned that we learned through the local police report from my ex-contractor that it was her that reached out to my ex-contractors, and now she's reaching out to ex-guests on my, and I don't know why. Like I I don't know what I've done to deserve this. I really don't. Well, and this idea that I'm trying to hurt other people's businesses. I have seen no evidence of this, and I haven't. Every creator that I've possibly hurt or is hurt by me, I have tried to publicly help and support. Truly, that's who I am. That's
Everybody I've hurt, I've tried to publicly support. What?
I haven't. Every creator that I've possibly hurt or is hurt by me, I have tried to publicly help and support. Truly.
What? Okay, I'm just gonna start calling her Jody. Not for Jody Arias, but for Jody Hildebrandt.
Truly, that's who I am. That's who Hidden True Crime is. You cannot find anywhere. That's who I am. That's who Hidden True Crime is. You cannot find anywhere publicly where I've tried to hurt anybody's YouTube channel.
Oh my word.
Or business. I would never, ever. But you will find plenty of evidence of me supporting even my competitors, because I believe in just doing good work, and the rest will work out, and allow everyone to do good work. That's who I am. Like, I can't even believe that I'm in a place where I have to defend my character. Just this, like, where things are getting twisted. I can't figure it out. I mean, I have an ex-contractor who's angry, and a few ex-contractors now who are angry. I mean, maybe I need to rethink if I'm kind enough to my contractors. Grayson starts.
Thank you, Idaho Mom, for your super chat. Thank you, Jay, for covering fairly and impartially. I hope the family jewels don't stalk you too hard. Love your channel. Your chat rocks. Thanks, Idaho. It's been nice having you here.
Laughing. Am I kind, Grayson? She said I'm so kind.
Yeah, this sounds just like Jody said. I
will pay you later. Thank you.
This is funny, huh? I mean, she's showing all her teeth here. That's a cheesy grin.
She said I'm so kind. I will pay you later. Thank you. So back to Lori Else. She's the one, we watched one video earlier where she briefly talked about the stalking injunction and shared how I had gotten someone kicked out of CrimeCon, and it was doing false police reports, and there was more in that video that I skipped because it was unnecessary. But she also stated that I had given out her book manuscript. She's a published author, multiple published author, multiple books. It's really impressive. And her last book was published by Pegasus Crime, a really big deal publisher. And it's really cool she did that. And so she said on her live that she has receipts. That's the other thing people are really saying. Everybody's saying they have receipts. Everyone's like, we got receipts. I'm like, but nobody's showing their receipts.
261K views. When we started this yesterday, it was at 136,000.
She says that she had receipts, that I got a copy of her manuscript, and I gave it out to 10,000 of my followers in that video. And honestly, I have no idea what she's talking about.
I don't know what this is about either.
And this has not been the first time she's accused me of sending out manuscripts of her book. And I can clear that one up right now. That is absolutely false. Absolutely. Which I think I received, by the way, the manuscript, her manuscript was sent before it was published in a press release that was mass distributed, a press release, all of the media. I didn't get one, but a couple people in the media did send me the press release. The press releases can be forwarded. It's completely fair. There was nothing on the press release that said do not forward, nothing that said it was for private in-house only. And so I was sent a press release of her book, which included her book manuscript, pre-publishing in I guess it would have been during the Chad Daybell trial, April or May of 2024. And months later, we received an accusation that after her book was published, that we had done that. And I haven't. In fact, one of the people that sent me the press release, who I considered a friend, who I thought was my friend, a fellow journalist.
Electro.
They haven't been talking to me, but I thought, he's a great journalist. He called me and said, you know what, we got a threatening letter from Lori about sending, forwarding her press release. So don't forward that book manuscript anywhere else. I said, oh my gosh, I won't. This is who I sent it to. I sent it to my fact checker that had done some contract work for me. And I sent it to my ex-producer, Lindsay, that I told you guys about. I sent it to those two. Oh, and then I sent it to John, my husband.
She sent it to her fact checker. You hear that? Lindsay, her fact checker. So it's okay for her to fact check, but the stalker can't fact check. This is Lori's book, Lori the Lawyer, on YouTube.
That book manuscript anywhere else. I said, oh my gosh, I won't. This is who I sent it to. I sent it to my fact checker that had done some contract work for me. And I sent it to my ex-producer, Lindsay.
I sent it to my fact checker who has done some ex work for me.
That I've told you guys about. I sent it to those two. Oh, and then I sent it to John, my husband. Which is fine. That's absolutely okay. But I did that. It was just a forward. No one said I couldn't forward this. So that's who I said. That's it. So just two contract workers. And that's it. After we were confused, after we were accused months ago of doing this, we had our attorney. Right. It was the accusation actually came from her. So that's who I said. That's it. So just two contract workers. And that's it. After we were confused.
After we were confused. Hold on. That's it. That's all.
And that's it. After we were confused, after we were accused months ago of doing this, we had our attorney. Right. It was the accusation actually came from her publisher and the publisher's attorney, and we cleared it up. We did not do this. And at that moment, I want to say that the book manuscript was sent to one other person, and that's our attorney, because we had to show our attorney that this is just not true, and they needed to be fully aware of everything going on. Her publisher thanked us for clearing it up, and that was it. I have not sent her book out. Besides that fact checker that had done contract work for me in the past, and my ex-producer, I would encourage anyone to find, and my attorney, I'd encourage anyone to find any other single person who I've ever sent this book manuscript to. I think the implication is that I was trying to hurt her book sales, and I was saying that I would never do such a thing, ever. So she did that. She was going to be a witness for.
Yeah, Lori Hellis is chasing justice, isn't she?
For my stalker on Thursday, which seems really surprising. She did that. She was going to be a witness for my stalker.
Okay. Why can't she be a witness? Thank you, third girl. I don't know why the fact checker. It's not her book. I don't know, ma'am. Yeah, I don't know. Is there two chasing justices? Because chasing justice, aka Lori Hellis, is an attorney. Then who? Crimes. I don't know who you're talking about. She showed the lady's video. I mean, Lauren thought the book was stealing her work. Lori asked her to look over it.
On Thursday, which seems really surprising to me. Again, I haven't talked to Lori Hellis in years.
Okay, so there's two chasing justices. That makes sense. There's billions of people on this platform. Lori Hellis, aka Chasing Justice, is the lawyer. That's who we're talking about.
And she was going to be a witness for my stalker, who I assume reached out to her, and she's done a couple of videos recently about me. And there's one video I want to play it. I want to talk about it because I know that a lot of you haven't seen anything. Oh, Janine. Hello, dear friend. Janine stated, even
Crimes, you're a mod for a different Chasing Justice.
you told me you had the transcript of Lori's book and that Clit and I were mentioned in it, you absolutely would not show it to me. I even asked to see it when we were at the lunch in Boise. Yeah. A lot of people asked to see it. I didn't send it.
Why is everybody in this community chasing something? Chasing crime. Chasing truth. Chasing justice. Are they tired of chasing yet? Fuck. It makes me tired just thinking about it. My name could never be chasing something because I'd be exhausted.
Send it to my fact checker, admittedly, to request that there was.
Okay, chasing truth is a different name than chasing justice. Yeah, I'm chasing a fucking root beer right now.
No copyrighted material. I was concerned about that because of the very, very hard work that I have put into the Dable case. That I can't even tell you guys the amount of work, years of work. I am so proud over anything else of my work on the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. I don't think in my life I'll ever know another case as well. 6 years. I consider myself an expert on that case. I am proud of my work on that case. Very, very proud. And I wanted to protect my work. So I sent it to the fact checker to say, hey, if you find anything that you're concerned, let me know. And then, you know, I told you the reason sending it to my producer. And now this journalist that's my friend, that I thought was my friend who originally sent it to me, isn't talking to me. I didn't send it to anyone.
Oh my God.
I didn't send it to anyone except for the people I'm saying. And so this stalker is riling people up right and left. People that have had beefs with me years ago are now riled up again. Everybody's coming at me. I mean, like I said, even Law and Crime knew about this and I didn't. I don't know what I've done.
Murder.
So I want to watch this video together.
Okay.
Grayson,
pull it up. Pull it up now. Just kidding.
Oh, no, I have it. I have the video. What I was going to ask you is, hold on, I'm going to mute you guys for a hot second.
God almighty.
People, so before we show the video, I just told Grayson there's another video I want to show. Let me explain. People have been asking me, like, what's going on? What is this? Like, I don't get it. Why is everyone against you? You know, when a dear friend of mine finally came forward because they'd been getting calls about me, someone that is a professional contact, mind you, and she let me know who reached out to her. So I'm learning. She said, why is everybody in this circle mad at you? What? And I don't know. You know, maybe they need one more of me. Someone that takes a stand for something.
I still want to know why she was in a bed but didn't kiss. I'm still stuck on that. I'm sorry. The manuscript has got me. Whew, don't care. Lori Hellis is a lawyer. She'll take care of it if it's a problem. I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Says that's not who she is. Show me the evidence. Because I want to say this. I am proud of the work I did on the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case. More proud about that than any other thing in probably my life minus my. More proud about that than any other thing in probably my life minus my family. I feel like I did really good work. Proud.
Who said you didn't?
Proud work. And as it ends, I am being dubbed dark. Isn't that ironic? As it ends, I am being dubbed dark.
Who dubbed you dark? This is the second time. She went on a date? She's married. What are you talking about?
Isn't that ironic? Think of the irony of that. We see that happen a lot.
No, dark. D-A-R-K. Like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell said people were dark. She says she's being dubbed dark.
And as it ends, I am being dubbed dark. Isn't that ironic? Think of the irony of that. We see that happen a lot, right? Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively do a movie about domestic abuse, and all of a sudden the scandal and accusations behind the scenes, it's like the case plays out in real life. And here I am with my heart and soul in the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case, leaving my dying brother's bedside to cover the victim.
Oh my God. She told these victims that she left her dying brother's bedside to cover their case for them. How dare you put that on victims? How dare you?
Leaving my dying brother's bedside case. Sudden, the scandal and accusations behind the scenes, it's like the case plays out in real life. And here I am with my heart and soul in the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell case, leaving my dying brother's bedside to cover the victims. Oh, and this is ironic.
To cover the victims. I left my dying brother's bedside to cover the victims. Right. But her family was the most important thing she ever did. She speaks for herself. Sorry.
In the Lori Vallow case, leaving my dying brother's bedside to cover the victims. Oh, and this is ironic. I had tickets to CrimeCon in Nashville. I didn't go because I wouldn't leave the victims during that verdict time. So I gave the irony. Remember how I met my stalker at that trial? I gave her my CrimeCon ticket. So she's.
This shit's important, dude. Your mom's dying. This shit ain't important, girl. Lindsay Lee, thank you for being a cooter for a month. Talk about manipulation. Can't disagree with that.
I didn't go because I wouldn't leave the victims during that verdict time. So I gave the irony. Remember how I met my stalker at that trial? I gave her my CrimeCon ticket. So she's okay, guys. She got to go last year because of me.
Wow. Wow. This is unbelievable.
I gave her my CrimeCon ticket. So she's okay, guys. She got to go last year because of me. So we're good. And now I'm dark.
Wow.
Every victim in the Daybell case has been called, not that they're believing it, and being told that I am bad. I'm evil. I'm a witch. I am not. And I'm sick of having to defend myself or questioning who I am. And it's true. My husband mentioned that I question, what did I do? I'm having Grayson spend 60 hours going over 6 years of text messages. What have I said? I'm writing apology.
What? Are you That's why she can't let Grayson go. Oh boy. Grayson read 60 hours of text messages to see what she said. What? What? Oh my God.
I'm a witch. I am not. And I'm sick of having to defend myself or questioning who I am. And it's true. My husband mentioned that I question, what did I do? I'm having Grayson spend 60 hours going over 6 years of text messages. What have I said?
That's fucked up.
Writing apology notes into thin air, not even really knowing.
I don't think Grayson realizes what kind of scary position she's actually in, man. Woo! She won't figure it out until she want out. When she want out, it gonna be hard on her. In my opinion, thank you, Tits. Has HTC has some skeletons. She's went out and doing cleanup with her narrative. Maybe she's really afraid, but I think it's because of those texts and her reputation. I agree, Tits McGee. Thank you for your super chat.
4. Or if I need to, I'm feeling terrible.
Full deck, thank you for your super chat. I think the answer to your question is 21.
Anyway, I'm not dark.
Holy fuck. This is crazy. This is the third time she said she's not dark and no one said she was.
You know who else was outspoken and said things as she called it? Tylee. And that's what I do.
Wait, what?
You know who else was outspoken and said things as she called it? Tylee.
She just compared herself to Tylee. Oh my God. Girl, you got in way too deep and way too close. Stay away from these families. That's my advice. Oh my goodness. And she's saying, look what happened to Tylee. Wow. Wow.
Anyway, I'm not dark. You know who else was outspoken and said things as she called it? Tylee. And that's what I do. And if you're seeing some of my private message and text message, you're going to see it. Anyway, I have no idea how long crime found out. No idea. I do not hurt people's businesses. I do not talk poorly of victims behind the scenes. So let's play what I think is happening. Why is everyone piling on me? Because of this. And so what can you guys do? Learn about group bullying.
Talk about mobbing today. Let's talk about mobbing today. Mobbing is actually a form of group bullying where multiple people gang up on one target. The tactics look like gossip, exclusion, coordinated hostility, and psychological harassment.
Look at her. Belinda, thank you for gifting 5 cooterships. Everybody who received one, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Candace, that's ridiculous.
The term mobbing actually became popular in the workplace from a psychologist in the 1980s, Heinz Lyman. But here's the truth. Mobbing, it's not just a workplace issue. Mobbing can actually happen in schools when a group of students decide to turn on one kid, or in neighborhoods when neighbors decide to spread rumors and gossip just to push someone out. Or even in families when relatives decide to scapegoat one member of the family and the rest decide to pile on. For me, it was all of the above. It was my mother, my sister, my godmother.
Now, mind you, she's saying she's professional, right? Texas Ranger, but she's showing a TikToker talk about an echomovement.org and mobbing and group bullying. This is her fucking evidence.
An anesthesiologist, a group of nurses, church members, former friends, my former manager and coworkers, all of them. Being betrayed by one person, that's painful enough. But when an entire group, an entire community joins in, all because of the rumors and gossip being spread by one toxic person, that shit is deep. Here's the key. All mobbing is bullying. All bullying is not mobbing. Mobbing is the group version of...
What the fuck? I'm sorry. I don't take this shit from snowflakes. Come on. What is this? Bad hair extensions.
That shit is deep. Here's the key. All mobbing is bullying. All bullying is not mobbing. Mobbing is the group version of the same old bullying tactics. Humiliation, isolation, gossip, rumors, triangulation. So let's make an echo that says mobbing is not just drama, and it's not just organized bullying. It's actually organized crime, and it can happen anywhere.
All right. So let's watch this recent video that Lori Hollis decided to put out. Was it last week?
You were sent it by a victim. That's what we found out.
Yeah, I was sent it by a victim of mine. It said, heads up.
Wait, what?
That Lori Hollis decided to put out. Was it last week?
You were sent it by a victim. That's what we found out.
Yeah, I was sent it by a victim of mine. He said, heads up.
A victim of yours? What is she talking? Oh, wait, hold on. A victim's family. What? She calls them her victims? She's calling the victims' families her victims. Did you hear that? Oh my God. Listen.
So I had to put out, was it last week?
You were sent it by a victim. That's what we found out.
Yeah, I was sent it by a victim of mine. He said,
She calls them hers. They're hers. Kay Woodcock, you're hers. This is weird. Colby, you're hers.
that Lori Hollis decided to put out, was it last week?
You were sent it by a victim. That's what we found out.
Yeah, I was sent it by, was it last week?
You were sent it by a victim. That's what we found out.
Yeah.
You were sent it by, and I can't make out what Grayson says.
I was sent it by a victim of mine. He said, heads up. I thanked them for sending it. Can you guys see it?
This is Lori Hellis. This is Chasing Justice. Thank you, Pines. The comparison to Tylee, that was it for me. Thank you, Pines. See Chasing Justice right here. This is her.
Can I see it? Oh. Okay. Do not go bully this woman, please, or just do anything to her. Do not.
Hi, everybody. I want to talk today on this recording about a little true crime community drama. Air out our dirty laundry, so to speak.
Wait, when was this again? A week and a half ago.
There is a particular YouTube creator who is stirring up lots of drama by weaponizing the law and law enforcement to target her competition.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She can't do that. You know how I know? Because I studied the Constitution and defamation law in law school. Remember, I'm a lawyer. So let's talk about defamation and free speech. The U.S. Constitution and all 50 states protect speech. Congress shall make no law.
Okay, I just want to point out here, if you are a streamer and you use these headphones, you sound like shit. And I just want to let everybody know that because there are a few around here that I think use these gaming or headsets and they sound awful. They sound awful. You can get a better mic for $20 on Amazon that sounds better than these gaming mics. They're tinny. They make you sound like you're, I don't even know where, like sitting in a tin can. I don't like it.
Abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. That's in our First Amendment. Free speech is so important that there are literally hundreds of cases reiterating the right of citizens to speak freely. Now, the courts have put some guardrails up around speech. For example, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. It's not a violation of your free speech to prohibit obscene content from being distributed to people under 18, and you can't threaten someone with violence. However, in 2023 in Counterman versus Colorado, the U.S.
I'm a total audio snob. Like, I don't give a shit what anything else looks like. Give me good audio.
Supreme Court wrote, although true threats of violence are outside the bounds of the First Amendment protection, the First Amendment requires proof that the defendant had some subjective understanding of the threatening nature of their statement. In other words, it's not enough for the complainer to say they felt threatened. Although most of the cases deal with when the government can curtail free speech, all those rulings apply to private citizens as well. So what recourse does someone have? Well, it's a suit for defamation. But let's be clear, it's a high bar to jump because of our reverence for freedom of speech. In order to prove defamation, a plaintiff has to prove that the content was untrue and the defendant knew or should have known that it was a lie.
What?
Even at that, if the person is a public figure, say a person with 317,000 YouTube followers.
320 now, thank you.
That.
Wow. This lady, she shows how petty she is with her little comments. I'm sorry. This is petty bullshit. And she's being petty. Honestly, Crimes, I don't know what you have against Lori Hellis. She hasn't done anything wrong, in my opinion. She was going to testify for somebody, but we don't know the whole story.
that it was a lie.
What?
Even at that, if the person is a public figure, say a person with 317,000 YouTube followers,
320 now, thank you.
a person with 317,000 YouTube followers,
320 now, thank you.
that plaintiff has to prove actual malice. So here's the factual story. There's a YouTube creator who's a mean girl. When she's feeling threatened by someone else's success, she goes on the attack, just like some of your old middle school friends used to do. I appeared on this creator's show for nearly a year as her legal expert. I liked doing it, and I thought we had become friends.
So did I.
However, when some of her early followers started saying that they only tuned in to hear my legal analysis, she decided to end our association.
That's not why I decided. If everybody was tuning in for her legal analysis, why would
I know the feeling. I got a lot of negative comments on my live last night too, so I feel you, Lori. And it doesn't really matter what the fuck she looks like.
end our association? I would keep her because I care about hidden crime.
It was her right, and I said nothing about it. When people asked me why I was no longer on her channel, I either didn't answer or I suggested that they ask her directly. For 3 years, I stayed quiet, took the high road, and kept keeping on.
There really wasn't a big reason. There really wasn't.
I wrote a book about a true crime case. In early 2024, this creator somehow got a copy of an early version of my manuscript. And unbeknownst to me, and without my permission, she distributed my copyrighted material to her followers.
No, I did not. And I have to say, it's quite rich to do a video about defamation while defaming me.
She gloated to friends about how she was undercutting my future success.
No, I didn't.
She also began contacting my publisher, bombarding them with demands and claiming that I had plagiarized her materials.
Oh, that sounds like it tracks. She's not denying it.
Interfere with my business relationship with my publisher.
I did not bombard them. I did write them once.
Then in May of 2020,
I did not bombard them. I did write them once.
This is so fucking dumb. Hold on. I wanted to look at something. Okay, I'm not subscribed. See that? I bet I am on J for Justice. I wonder if I switch accounts. 833.57. 833.57.
We're going to wait a little bit longer.
833.57. I got to find my spot before I forget. I can never remember numbers. 833.58. There we are. Spot the hell on. See, I am subscribed. And I can do that. I have the freedom to do that.
Of 2020.
Until that her publisher then wrote me accusing me of doing this thing that I've proven I haven't.
Before someone sent me a copy of the email she sent out to followers with my manuscript attached. The person said they want.
If that's my fact checker that did that, then okay. I don't know who would have done that. I told you, I've been very clear and very on. I told you guys, all of you, who I had sent this book manuscript to, and nobody else
wanted me to know because they didn't think it was right. And when the creator found out, she immediately called the police to report that the person who'd sent me the email was the culprit.
Oh my God, she called the police? What? This chick calls the police way too much.
I have no idea what she is talking about. I have never called the police about her or some random person that allegedly, supposedly sent her an email. I have no clue.
This creator claimed that that person had hacked her computer to send out my book.
No clue.
This is this creator's MO. When they realized.
This is a good way to hop over to this real quick. Here we have the police report that Lauren made on Christina. And you can see here, this is Lauren's report, okay, on 9/4. Wait, hold on. Ex-employees are suspected of sending encrypted emails threatening to expose Lauren's emails and text messages. That's the Proton thing she was talking about. And then you go down here to where it says, I think up here. She said her iCloud was hacked, right? Right here. Right here. Victim, I can't highlight it for some reason. Victim is concerned about iCloud and Gmail possibly being hacked, right? So then you go down, okay? They're there. She says this at 5:06 p.m. Go down to 6:14 p.m., almost a whole hour later. Further clarification. No emails, Gmail hacked or shared. No iCloud hacked. Text messages saved via screenshot between victim and suspect during employment of suspect. So her iCloud was not hacked. Not hacked. No iCloud hacked. This is the official report. You can see right here. Matthias victim reporting. Blank Grayson. Oh, Grayson's her last name. That's even better. Oh no, blank Grayson. Grayson's her first name. Never mind. Okay, at least her last name's not on there. But yeah, there was no iCloud hacked at all. So this is the whole report. And then the communication with Christina is here. And Christina says Lauren is worried about her reputation and seems to be using the police to basically scare other people. Mentioned Lauren had made many statements about others that will make Lauren look bad if the statements were get out to the public. There you go. The entire basis of it. Now, listen to what this lady says. Do you think she's lying?
Random person that allegedly, supposedly sent her an email. I have no clue.
She has no clue. She has no clue.
This creator claimed that that person had hacked her computer to send out my book.
Do you believe that she maybe had claimed that? It could track. I mean, you said your iCloud was hacked. Then in the police report, it says it clearly was not.
No clue.
This is this creator's MO. When they realize that they've screwed up, they lie, they shift attention, they weaponize the police, and she plays the victim. During CrimeCon this year, she swore out a stalking order against one of her former friends, who's also a true crime creator. As a result, that person was unable.
Crimes. Because they type up their book. What do you mean? She sent it to what she thought was a friend after guesting on her show after a whole year. Sent it to her friend for a sneak peek.
To attend the event she'd paid for.
No, she's not.
And at one point was humiliated by being escorted out of the hotel by bar police. The hearing for that stalking order was started and it then continued until October. In the meantime, the judge told the complaining creator that it is not stalking just because someone says mean things about her. This creator is not a victim. Her followers are. The people who believe she is a lovely person with a heart for crime victims are the real victims. The real victims are the victims of the crime victims who.
See, what I don't get is, yeah, she's blaming Janice for altering her messages. What's up, Benny, by the way? Benny, can you clarify this whole laying in bed with someone, who that was? Is it Janice's brother? But all she says is, I didn't kiss him. Was she really in a bed? Like, where did that come from?
Trusted her. The people who believe she is a lovely person with a heart for crime victims are the real victims. The real victims are the victims of the crime victims who.
And you know what? She just called them her victims. That's a little weird.
Trusted her while she said vile things about them behind their back.
Not true. Stop with this narrative. This is a smear campaign.
The people who are on fixed incomes who still find a way to send her a few dollars every month, they're the victims. So, ma'am.
Wow, I feel like that's us about Beach. How hot Damn. Whoa. Haven't we said that same thing?
Smear campaign.
The people who are on fixed incomes who still find a way to send her a few dollars every month, they're the victims. So, ma'am, it's not defamation if it's true. And it's not stalking just because you don't like it when people tell the truth about your vicious, unethical, dishonest, and unkind behavior.
Oh, hot damn. Holy shit. What? Wow.
You're running scared because you're afraid that the 317,000 people who support your way of life might finally learn the truth about you, and you might lose your cushy lifestyle.
Oh my God. Lori. Lori.
You are a middle school mean girl in an overfilled, Botox grown woman's body.
Oh my God. She's pissed. She's pissed. This is like Clue when Clue. This is the version of Clue going at beach. This is Clue going at beach. Damn.
You are a middle school mean girl in an overfilled, Botox grown woman's body. Grow up. There's an old adage that says, if you come for the king, you better not miss. When you start weaponizing the law to destroy your competition, you better be right, because there are a lot of us out there who actually know and understand the law.
Damn.
So,
and it didn't take her 9 fucking hours to say it. Holy shit.
I do like Botox. Although I think I need, am I okay?
Really? Grow up. Come on, lady. That's what you commented on after all she said is your fucking Botox? Seriously? After all she just accused you of, all she just said about you, you're worried about the fucking Botox? Wow. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Law to destroy your competition, you better be right, because there are a lot of us out there who actually know and understand the law.
So I do like Botox. Although I think I need, am I okay? But I have none in my body.
What? This is what you're fucking concerned of? Or concerned with? Did you see her clench her jaw? Watch her jaw muscles when she gets done playing that. I'm not picking on her now, but watch her jaw muscles. She's pissed. Don't come at my face. Don't come at my Botox. Don't come at my work. Did you see that? She's pissed. She's pissed.
So I do like Botox. Although I think I need, am I okay? But I have none in my body. I don't know what she's talking about. I didn't send out her manuscript ever. That wasn't a thing. And I certainly didn't call the police with her or a random person that allegedly sent her an email. But I think this is just a good example of how incessant it is. It's been going on for months, guys. Months.
It's because she's not secure. It's because she's not secure. That's why that bothered her. It hit where it counts.
I don't know, like, where she's getting this info, where she's resurfacing with all of this. And it's like unending. And it's like she finishes talking to one person and she finds someone else wanting to listen. And
it's unending. Girl, you ain't seen the fuck. I wonder how she feeling today. You thought the shit was unending? Girl. You got 281,000 views. Girl, bye.
Tells them and then actually, like I said, ask this woman to be.
Oh my God, the Botox is like the lozenges for beach. I don't have any in my body. Beach. I'm not on substances. Oh my God, the parallels.
to be a witness at the stalking injunction. I just want this person, this stalker, to go away.
She's Botox shaming.
And if people are hearing things, because this is a whisper campaign, it is not true. Look for evidence. And am I afraid about my business? She said, I'm worried about my business and losing my followers and my Kush lifestyle. Kush lifestyle, no. My business, yeah. My heart and soul has built this business with my husband. It's our family livelihood and for my little boy. And I'm proud. And I believe that we bring something different and that we bring something good to the true crime community. And I don't want to lose that. And I also want to be able to report in peace and continue making and doing good work.
In peace, that's
without
what she said too.
The incessant wonder and fear of this person I hardly know, coercive control, intimidation, and other people just consistently and constantly. I don't know. So after months and months and months, I felt this was my only choice, especially after yesterday. So when it was approved, media in the courtroom for the stalker, for Lori Hellis, and there it is, the media being approved for you guys have heard everything. And here's the thing, if you go to the docket, all of the things I read to you, they're still private. Isn't that wonderful? They are still private. Yes. Because but it's because I withdrew. If we went through, those things would then be made public.
Wait, what?
And here's the thing, if you go to the docket, all of for Lori Hellis, and there it is, the media being approved for you guys have heard everything. And here's the thing, if you go to the docket, all of the things I read to you, they're still private. Isn't that wonderful? They are still private. Yes. Because but it's because I withdrew. If we went through, those things would then be made public.
Okay. She's worried about who made that filing.
Because media was approved. So I'm going to finish. I can't believe it. I thought this was going to be long. Never could I have ever imagined that we thought it would be this long. But this has been months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up. We did it. I'm proud of you.
Bougie beach.
So I wrote a journal entry this morning because we were processing how we were going to do this.
We. This is you, babe. Your name's on that court filing. There ain't no we on there. That's you wanting an RO.
Months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up. We did it. I'm proud of you.
Oh my God. Lauren Hildebrandt.
This has been months and months and months. And if I was going to do this, we do it right. Thumbs up. We did it. I'm proud of you. So I wrote a journal entry this morning because we were processing how we were going to do this, how we're going to pull this off. We've been spending days getting this together, yesterday, today. And I thought I need to do something. And so I wrote this, and then I was going to ad lib everything like I've been doing, but I'm going to read this. I wrote it today. I'm going to read it. Many of you are now probably wondering, what have I done? What did I do to deserve this? And I had the same question. What did I do? I've been asking myself that for months. But the truth is absolutely nothing. You are going to hear things about my conduct and public statements that people say are wrong. I have done nothing, though, but support victims, help people for 5 years, and stand up for people. It actually, I already said this, reminds me of being labeled dark when you've done nothing wrong, and I will stand by that. I have people reach out to me and say, everyone knows what you've done, but yet not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done. Do you know how insane that is?
Oh my God.
Someone texted me in cap.
They don't want to go back and forth with you, girl. Stop.
It's going, everyone knows what you have done. But when I say, what have I done? No one can tell me. Not one single person has been able to tell me what I've done. That is insane. But do you know what I do know? Here's what I do know. I don't know what I don't know, but I do know this. I know that my ex-contractor has reached out to several professional contacts to spread lies about me. I have heard some of the things that she has said that are lies, and that is defamation and torturous interference. I have learned that they recruited this creator that I mentioned earlier. And
recruited? Can you prove they recruited someone? This sounds like the RICO.
And this creator then reached out to several people in my professional circles.
Thank you, Koski, for a root beer run. Thank you for your super chat.
To spread those lies and to say that I am not who I say I am. And that is defamation. And that is torturous interference. And I know that some of these things, and I know
Audie, this should be a defamation suit, not an RO.
I know some of these things that this creator who calls herself a journalist has said to people in my professional circle, and they are simply not true. They are not even half truths. They are blatant.
Okay, I'm going to do a quick side by side. Someone asked me to go back to their first video, so I did. This is the first live stream besides a members only. Girl, you were beautiful. AF. Humble and beautiful. Something happened to her in that fucking Daybell trial. Let's see.
Are we live? I believe that it worked. Maybe. Hello, hello.
And he doesn't look any fucking happier than he did in the video we just watched about Alivia. What's he so sour about? Look how pretty she was.
Everybody.
I call it getting bit by the YouTube bug, man.
We're here. So we are live. Dr. John, my husband. So I did it. I convinced him. Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Maybe he's a little uncomfortable, but this was 4 years ago.
For joining us for our very last minute decision to go live tonight because we had some things to say. And he can't see the chat, so I'm going to tell him people are saying,
oh, you think it was Delphi? I think it was Daybell.
Hello, Dr. John. Thank you, Dr. John.
She's talking too much about being dark and stuff. I think something really, either fucking scared her because that Daybell case is dark and deep, man.
Hello, everyone. So, wow, we did it. Okay, take a breather from doing that. Okay, take a breather from doing that.
Okay, so that's her 4 years ago. And we're going to go back to 4 years later.
False. This person also says that they don't get involved in drama. And let me be clear, this isn't drama. This is defamation and torturous interference. And when all of these professional contacts who are considering themselves journalists reach out to everyone, spreading lies.
I get that Delphi was deep, but I think Daybell was more personal to her because of the Mormon aspect.
About me, rather than reach out to the source itself to see if anything is true, that's not journalism. That's a smear campaign, and it is group bullying. When journalists that I have supported and sourced and encouraged and who I thought were my friends believe these lies and spread these lies without coming to me, it makes me wonder what's happened to journalism as well as decency in this world. Because not only have I been being stalked, but I have been the subject of a cyberbullying and a relentless smear campaign. And not a single journalist, minus a couple actually, but not a single journalist has had the decency to reach out to me. There we go, except for, yes, some of my loyal professional contacts who checked to see if it was true and told me exactly what's going on and being said. But that's it. All the other journalists here, they haven't reached out to me. Law and Crime hasn't reached out to me. It is not a sin that behind the scenes, that there were days when I was angry at some of my fellow creators and that I fought battles for the victims behind the scenes that nobody will ever know because I care about these victims and I have stood up for these victims for years. Unlike some other people, behind the scenes, I am a fierce advocate.
JC, she's not 60s. Oh my God. She's not 60s, dude. She's like in her 40s.
This whole thing about me being emotionally invested in the Lori and Chad Dable case is true. And if that is a fault, I own it. In fact, one of my private texts that I'm going to share now, am I going to share this now? Yeah. It shows you just how invested I've been and probably a little too emotionally invested sometimes. It'll also show you a bit of the color I have.
Oh, Lord. We're going to see some leakage.
I wrote this on JJ's birthday.
Oh, my God. See, and it's got to be tied to a victim. Why does this have to be tied to JJ's birthday? Okay.
I sent it to an ex-contractor. Grayson found it. Going through all my messages, and she said,
so we've compared ourselves to Tylee. Now we're on JJ's birthday.
Look at this. And she sent it to me, so I have it. I'm sure I have plenty of texts like this. Did you post it up? So it says, I was frustrated of all the posts on JJ's birthday. And I said, I'd just like a post by someone who simply states that this beautiful boy should be blowing out candles on a cake today, but thanks to a bunch of sick fucks, he isn't. Let's not forget that a bunch of those people have no verdict or no charges. Fuck Chad, fuck David Warwick, fuck Melanie Gibb, fuck Melanie Pulowski. And then there's this person in Zulema too. And and all of the shoulda, woulda, coulda adults out there, fuck you all, may karma be a bitch. It's actually probably a great example of who I am behind the scenes that maybe.
Yikes. That's an example of who she is behind the scenes. And she compared that to writing that. Oh my God, I cannot.
Karma be a bitch. It's actually probably a great example of who I am behind the scenes that maybe people don't expect because I don't show that on my channel. That doesn't mean I'm a fake person. When I'm talking to you guys, it means that there's a time and a place. And when I feel safe and I'm passionate and I'm angry behind the scenes and I feel something, I'm going to say it to someone I feel safe to and trust because they get me. And it helps me to release anger and feelings and emotion. Call it therapy. And if
no, that's not therapy. No. That's not therapy. Did something happen to her tongue?
Anger and feelings and emotion. Call it therapy. And if I'm writing to you something like that, it means I feel safe with you. And it means maybe I'm getting a little bit of therapy out of it because it helps me to process the shit that I have to hear and deal with every day covering true crime so I can deliver it professionally to all of you. I am not unscarred by the things I have seen in true crime.
Oh, and I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all, but you get too deep. You got to have boundaries.
And I'm going to share some of those things and I'm going to vent behind the scenes and in text for good and for bad. I fought battles behind the scenes for years that no one will ever know about. And in the name of the people whose lives have been ripped apart. When you are covering a case for 5 years, it gets messy. But I can say the one thing I have done throughout the years is protected victims and defended them. And isn't it ironic that if I have done anything, it is standing up for people behind the scenes. Is that, and ironically, that is what I believe I am being punished for. And rather than my so-called fellow
punished
journalists reaching out to find out what is truth and what is fiction, they decide to spread these lies to the point where long crime, again, without reaching out to me, somehow discovers a private civil stalking injunction of mine, which means they clearly know a lot more than even maybe I do. And that they are willing to go put a camera request for pool in something that has been torturing.
I'm sorry, I just noticed the tongue. I make commentary on things I see. If that offends you, fuck off. Sorry, not sorry. I'm sick of it. You guys want me to tiptoe around, yet I sit behind this mic. I've been sitting behind this mic for 5 hours. I'm going to make comments on things I see. It's not bullying. Stop.
Me for months. That has caused me to consider ideation for the first time in my life. That has caused my little boy to need intervention. That has caused me to worry about the premature death of my husband that is older than me, who suffers from chronic condition. And he can barely appear on my YouTube channel anymore You've been wondering where he is. Now you know. You can find him on Patreon where it's safe. I don't know how the media found out. Someone told them, and it wasn't me. But did a single one of their journalists, long crimes journalists, reach out to me before doing this? No. In private text behind the scenes, I mean this sincerely, from the bottom of my heart. In private text behind the scenes, if something's going on, if you have seen something, and if I have hurt anyone's feelings, I am sincerely sorry. I am. I've thrown up over this. I don't like hurting people. And to think that someone would take private texts that are meant to be private and they would share them makes me throw up, because I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm sorry if I've hurt you with my candidness in private texts. I know I've hurt people. I've already apologized to several people. Some have accepted my apologies, others haven't. That's their right. And admittedly, those I still don't know what I've said. I don't know. I assume that some of you may also have private texts that might hurt people's feelings too, especially if taken out of context. I do not judge you for that. In fact, for those who have called me annoying or a bitch behind the scenes, you are forgiven. For those who do so,
they're forgiven. Thank God.
Publicly in comments, I might think that you are a jerk, but it is your First Amendment right. But is it wrong for me to have a private opinion about any of you behind the scenes? Is that a sin? Does that mean I am now a witch? That I am now dark? To be stalked, tortured, destroyed? Let's see who else is dark. Please send me all of your private text messages. If I hurt your feelings, I am sorry, but that it does not give you permission to start a smear campaign about me, to defame me, or get involved in torturous interference and lie about me. And it should not mean that you shouldn't come to me first to find out if any of what you're hearing is even true, because that is what true journalism is, if true journalism even exists anymore. But it sounds like rumors and lies are more entertaining in this true crime community than truth. But because of the people who have come forward, which are several now, I am left aghast at the things that they are saying about me, which are completely false, malicious, and worthy of legal action. And then to think that I could solve this in a civil matter, quietly, silently, privately, behind the scenes. And now Law and Crime thinks that we should broadcast this for the world. So I guess the writing is on the wall. I have to do this live that I never, ever wanted to do. In that Proton email that you guys saw, there were a few journalists that could have reached out to me then. One of these people, like I said, is a dear friend. She knew it was false. You heard from her in her declarations. But did any of these other journalists decide to reach out if it was true or not? Or did they all just decide, hey, let's broadcast her stalking injunction because we don't like her, or because it's been a slow true crime month? Let's start streaming stalking injunctions. I didn't even know about that Proton email for months, which went to my spam folder until the victim called my husband and shared they had received it and knew it was not true. For months. But none of the so-called journalists who received it called me. None of the creators who knew called me. It's a group of women who call themselves the Seven Gatherers, shortened to the 7 Gs on the Stalker's TikTok account, taking the same name as Melanie Gibb, Zulema, and Lori Daybell. And if they are a better source to you about me, better source to you than me about myself, maybe you should question why that is. I am a good person. Jana saying if you'd actually done anything, the person talking to Dylan would have said what it was. There was nothing. She told him to go look for something. Yeah, I know. There's been nothing. It's called coercive control and intimidation. And it's gone all the way up to the point where I had to dismiss my civil stalking injunction because that's how far it went. Understand the signs. Understand what group bullying is. If you see it, don't be passive. If you're not standing up, I learned this. I say it all the time. If you don't stand up for something, you fall for anything. I say that all the time. And if you see group bullying and you think, I don't want to get involved, and you stand to the side, you're falling for something. Find out. Be the person who asks the victim what's going on. Look for evidence. My family has been going through hell because no one did. So what can you guys do? Be better. Be kind. Have empathy. Look for evidence. Don't cyberbully. Learn what group bullying is. I've learned a lot. Mobbing. Encourage people not to do such a thing. Help our teenagers. Teach them well, protect them. Anyway, this is the longest live I've ever done, and I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it'll be the longest live I ever do, because I pray to God I'll never have to go live this long ever again. Yeah. Thank you to everyone. Do not go shame anyone after tonight. Do not support cancel culture. Do not. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, McSpunky. Guys, this is so nice. I'm looking.
Who the hell is Mick Spunky? He's always in Vinny's. Ugh. I just remember what spunk was when I was in school, and Mick Spunky. Ooh.
Do not support cancel culture. Do not. Thank you, Becky.
Oh my God, Becky. Look at her butt.
Thank you, McSpunky. Guys, this is so nice. I'm looking. I'm reading them all, even though I'm not reading them out loud. Thank you, Lisa.
Wait. This is 100% jealousy and parasocial attachment. Says the woman parasocially attached.
Where do I go from here? I want to be, so where did I want to go after a permanent stalking injunction was in place on Thursday? Going back to doing what I do best, back to a regular life. And honestly, that's what I want to do. I just realized that I couldn't take it to the court, so I had to take it here.
Huh? See, that don't make sense. I couldn't take it to the court, so I had to take it here. No, you didn't. See, that's not true.
And honestly, that's what I want to do. I just realized that I couldn't take it to the court, so I had to take it here. And I hope that maybe this can be my own little hearing, and that I can do what, thank you, I wanted to do after Thursday, which is move forward and to have people know the truth. I don't know if it'll end. And I think that's what I mostly want to talk about. I don't think this is going to end it. And I'm actually scared. So what I wish I could do is turn this.
So there's lawn crime, where lawn crime is responsible because she's scared. She could. Oh my God.
Off and go like this and walk away. Thank you, Colby. And have it be over.
There's Colby again. Colby sat here for 9 hours.
I don't think it's going to be over. And that's what I told. That's why I told all of you. I don't want to keep talking about it. That's not my plan, but I'm very scared. I'm very worried. I'm even more scared now about retaliation. But I didn't think I had a choice. And
yeah, Colby
so
Ryan.
as scared as I am, I knew because I was scared that I had to do this live and let people know what was going on so that you guys know. What did someone say?
Hey, potato.
There's so many sweet questions, sweet things. Okay. Well, I'm going down. Can we gift him the good old Judge Boreski? Are you done yet? Okay, that was.
She is way too deep in this whole genre. Stop.
Really good. So yeah, so funny. Okay, which one? Oh, sorry. Lauren, I probably read 10,000 motions and opposing motions in my life, and your attorney's work is excellent. That judges ruin the media's
Autumn, you're hilarious.
suspicious. Yeah. Thank you. My attorney is excellent. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Rainbow Rabbit Hole. Love your name. So yeah, I'm gonna rest easy tonight, knowing that I did this, and I am scared. I hope things die down. Yeah, I wanna. Are you done yet? Can we be done? Can we?
What? Oh, she's talking to her stalker now.
I hope things die down. Yeah, I wanna. Are you done yet? Can we be done? Can we please be done? I don't know why. Are we done yet? Please, let us be done. I don't know why we're keeping this up. So, guys, thank you. The love of Grayson. Guys, you're the best. Is there anything else? I think we did it all, right, Grayson? We planned a show.
You laid it all out on the table.
You did. I can't believe how many kind people. I can't believe how many.
Oh.
You laid it all out on the table.
You did.
Go to court. Let Law and Crime stream it. Expose them.
I can't believe how many kind people. I can't believe how many. Thanks, you guys. I just don't want to miss any of them. I don't want to end this before I see them all. You guys are so nice.
That was BJ's girl. Spirit Seeker Squad. Right here.
You guys are so nice. So kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
You know that woman with the cyberbullying campaign page, Grayson, what's her handle? Because you know, I got off TikTok because I didn't want to see stuff, but when I had to get on, my algorithm had changed, and she popped up.
Life_with_KK.
Life_with_KK. Just a K and a K. Go support her too. Rather than spend our time trying to get rid of people and cancel. I hate cancel culture. Go spend your time supporting people that deserve it. Life_with_KK. She talks about group cyberbullying. She really helped me. And then, if you want to know who I am, watch my Mormon stories, part 1 and part 2. I lay it all out there.
I'm good.
So
these are 9 motherfucking hours I'll never get back.
Just be kind. Just be kind online. Okay, you guys, I think it's going to end. Oh, Megan, thank you.
It's still
Okay, guys.
fascinating.
I'm going to regroup. I'm going to be honest. Grace and I are exhausted, but we're probably not going to sleep. We're going to look at each other and be like, what was the...
Is her name Grace? Has Lauren posted anything about the fallout? Not that I've seen, but we'll check.
But we're probably not going to sleep. We're going to look at each other and be like,
she goes for 4 more minutes.
What was that? Yeah.
Thank you, Pine.
We are going to be nervous. Thank you, Janine. Oh, you want to pose the question? Okay, so Grayson just asked me a question, but she answered it. So this is cool. Yeah, well, she asked me a question, what do I learn from this? But I actually want to share your answer. You said you've learned what? Be more empathetic for things online and not to believe it just because somebody said it.
So Grayson answered the question about what Lauren learned.
Yeah, well, she asked me a question, what do I learn from this? But I actually want to share your answer. You said you've learned what?
Oh.
Be more empathetic for things online and not to believe it just because somebody said it. Yeah, exactly. Lauren's lawyer is outstanding.
Crimes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, my question? I mean, I've learned a lot. I'm full disclosure. I think I'll be able to better answer that question later. Because a lot of the things I'm feeling are actually negative. I feel like I can't trust people. I feel like I can't talk to people.
Hey,
I feel like I question myself. And actually, I've always believed in standing up for people else you fall for anything. And I feel like maybe that's one reason I got into this. So actually I question a lot of these moral strengths that I thought I used to carry. So
wait.
These moral strengths that I thought I used to carry.
Lauren, I messaged you last month, desperate for your help to stop my stalker. I can't believe you're going through this too. You did nothing wrong.
So give me some time to answer this question, but I'm glad that you learned that you can't trust anything you hear about someone. You don't know the full story. I've learned how important it is for stalking injunctions to remain private. But I think I already knew that. All right. Thank you to our moderators tonight. Many who clearly had to go to bed. Nobody knew this was going to be this long, including me. No.
Didn't you plan the show? A producer should definitely know how long the fucking show is going to be. IMO. Okay. She has a producer. They both just said, we planned a show. Woohoo. Thumbs up. We did it. However, they didn't know it was going to last so long. Okay. Great planning there.
Nobody knew this was going to be this long, including me. Nobody. So for those who stuck around, thanks. Thank you, Ozzy. People remember Lauren was just a journalism mom, a journo mom in a true crime group when she made many of these friends. She didn't have a high profile and she wasn't very guarded. I wasn't. And I thought I could keep it that way. That's who I'm most comfortable being, is just, yeah. All right, guys. I love you all. I'm not going to, I think that question, where you go from here, is maybe.
I mean, Pines, I could say maybe Grayson's holding one of those little things that you take camping. I don't know. We can only see her from the chest up, just saying.
Nervous. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it. I'm going to press end stream and we'll see where it goes from there. But I shared. And if I don't mention this again, just know that I care about hidden true crime. I don't want to keep talking about this, but I feel safer knowing that everybody knows. So, all right. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you. Bye.
That was it. We got through it. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. God almighty. I have a freaking headache. Thank you for sticking around, guys. Before we leave, though, I do have one more video I wanted to share. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. I'm walking on air. Just kidding. All right, hold on. I got to do a couple things and I'm going to play this video. But this is funny as hell, right? Here we go. I know some of you won't find the humor in it, but this is what Jody Hildebrandt was able to do to men in her inner circle, if you will.
What the? Oh my God.
Now, mind you, this is Jody Hildebrandt on the stage. These are all the wives. Kevin Franke is one of the dancers. Laughing at their men being demeaned by Jody Hildebrandt. There's Kevin Franke. Hey, Verdiana. Oh, I wish I had my sound bites. Oh, wait, I do. Verdiana, don't go anywhere yet, Verdiana. You are rude. You think that I'm a hateful person? Look at what you just posted. You're reporting my channel for free speech. This isn't abusive content. This isn't harassment and bullying content. How dare you? How dare you?
Fuck directly off. Fuck directly off.
There you go.
Listen, listen.
No, you don't run the place.
Guess
here.
what? I do today. I do today. I do today.
I do today. This is my fucking channel. Stop it. God, you people are rude. I never see so much rudeness. God, this is crazy. 2025 is crazy. And Bobby, it's really good to have you here. Uncle Tim, good to see you. So my takeaway is this. All right. I think she's trying to do damage control for what's ever in the text. And it took her 9 fucking hours to try. It's Jay and it's justice if you're nasty. Right. It's weird, right? Stop abusing the systems in place. Thanks, Kev. Right. I mean, you go live for 9 hours and no one's going to make a comment unless it's pro Lauren. That's weird. But that's what I feel. I feel like it's petty. Thank you, Brianna. Verdiana settles it. Lauren is the beach. Oh, man. I don't think I should be reported for reviewing this stream. That's weird, man. You're weird. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. I appreciate you guys. We have right over here that I want to share. Again, the next stream that I do on this subject will be Miss Christina. Christina, we're going to go over your videos. I'm like she's listening, but we're going to go over your videos on TikTok. She's got quite a few, but TikToks are short. So the very first one she did is this. Why isn't it playing? I hate TikTok. But anyways, we'll go over it. Her TikTok is here. I'll give you guys the linky link. Yeah, she's super pretty, right? I mean, it's literally songs. You know who this reminds me of? This reminds me of when BJ's ex-mod, or not ex-mod, sorry. The girl Kate Does Crime. The stalker kind of looks like Kate does crime. It kind of reminds me of that. I know I hate TikTok, but that's Taylor Swift's new music. I didn't get any threats out of that. I got a lot of things that probably hurt her feelings. And I don't blame her for that. I mean, I've been in that position too. My feelings have gotten hurt. But you know, we pull up our big girl britches and we keep going. And that's what you have to do on social media and online. You just do. So it's all good. It's all good. Katie, no, I don't think she ever got up, did she? Yeah, stop calling the police on stuff. And we learned not to overshare. We learned that our text messages can be in fact shared. Coke Zero Marathon, thank you, Chalice. Ashley, I'm glad everything went well. That's good news. Crimes, we have a lot of new people here because this is a different topic than Beach. So St. Elmo's is obviously a new person to the channel. I don't know who they are. They're St. Elmo. Benny Long, I want to thank you for your commentary throughout this. You really helped fill in some gaps. But we are going to, like I said, go over Christina's TikTok. We can do that probably tomorrow. I'm interested. I'm invested. I would like to see more. So yeah, if you don't like what someone says, block them and move on from it. Hey, Angie B. Good to see you. Dixie, what is her end goal? She said that she couldn't do it in court, so she was doing it there. She didn't say why. She said she was forced to. So that's really all I can give you because that's all she said. Jay, I deleted my comment because I said I would not talk about LDS anymore to you. Sorry, I forgot. I mean, until it goes to that level, I need to see more to bring an LDS angle into this because this is just hurt fifis. I think that it's clear she's hiding things in her text that she said and she doesn't want to lose contacts with professionals. Someone sent me to your channel and it's my new favorite. Yay, Benny. Maybe we'll see you in some of the other streams that we do. And sub up to my true crime channel. J is for Justice. Thank you so much, Speakeasy Dallas. I appreciate you. I mean, I don't want anybody to feel scared, but I mean, this is just wild. She doesn't really have anything to be afraid of. And it seems like the people in her orbit are encouraging this for some reason. I don't know. We'll see where it goes, but we're going to cover Christina tomorrow. I'll see y'all cooters tomorrow. You guys have a good day. Good night, rather.